Oh, really? He went to the bathroom. Okay.
What's happening, guys? Thanks for jumping in, tuning in, hanging out with us. My name's Dustin Shocklock. Back tonight, Best Bet Live, Wednesday night cash game. Tonight we're streaming 2-2 No Limit Hold'em Deep Stacked Cash. That's a 100 min, 500 max buy-in. We are 8-handed here in Best Bet Jacksonville, North Florida. And we'll be live, cards in the air here in just a second. For everyone that's been hanging out, watching us since we ran the radio show earlier this afternoon, we appreciate your patronage. Anyone that knows anything about me knows that 2-2 No Limit Hold'em Deep Stack Cash is my favorite game to stream. We've got a great lineup. Let's jump right in, get ready to start the first hand. We got some giveaways coming up later on tonight. We'll have more details on those coming up shortly. We'll give away, do a giveaway on Twitch, and we'll do a giveaway on Facebook Live. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that. That's it. First hand of the night. Cards are in the air. 2-2. No Limit Hold'em. Deep Stack Cash. Thanks again for tuning in. Looks like we're going to start this hand with a under the gun straddle.
Yeah, straddle on the floor.
Followed by a couple of folds. Can't fold the first hand. You got to play the first hand of the night. Looks like Justin bumping it up with ace-9 offsuit in the hijack. Off the rip, first hand of the night, making it 15 to go. Gets called by the jack-9, ace-8 of diamonds, and the 6-4 suited. Wow, looks like jack-9 gets the best of it here on the jack-10-3 rainbow board. Brent's on the button also with that jack-9 suited. Gets to act last on all streets. Looks like he leads out for 30, I think. Check, check, check. Bet 30. Everybody fold. Brent takes down the first hand of the night. Top pair, 10 kicker. Good. KRT88 in the chat says you thought it was bad luck to win the first hand of the night. I don't know, man. I want to win every hand, so I don't care if it's the first hand, the last hand, the third hand, 50th hand. I'm trying to win them all. There we go. So looks like most of the players came into this game for a lot more than the min. Usually we have a couple of min buys in this game. Looks like everyone has at least 200, a couple $400 and $500 buy-ins there. Cool. I like a good deep cash game as much as the next guy. Looks like a button straddle here from Jordan in the 2-seat. He's going to make it 4 to go. Button starts in the small blind. Fold, fold, fold. A-tray suited in the muck. Ace-4 offsuit in the muck. Jordan gets a walk. 2 hands in. We get a walk in the straddle. That doesn't seem right. Nick from Yuma in the YouTube chat. Hey, man, what's up? Thanks for tuning in. Good to see you. For those of you guys wondering what's going on here at Best Bet Jacksonville that might not already know, we are 8-handed. We went 8-handed late last week, over the weekend. We went from 7 to 8 players per table. We're still doing mandatory masks, mandatory temperature checks, and a whole lot of sanitation protocols in place for your safety and ours. All right, third hand of the night, button straddle.
4 folds. 6 calls, 7 folds.
Looks like Ricky calling the straddle out of the big blind with King Jack suited. Jordan raising it up here from the cutoff with ace-8 offsuit. Hoping that's some dead money out there in the straddle pot. Trying to pick up the dead money. Marshall defends on the button with 10-8 offsuit. Ricky Sr. calls, and we're going 3 ways to the flop. 7-7-4. Ace-8 offsuit still in the lead. Jordan in the cutoff there in the 2-seat. The original raiser. It's a good spot for a small C bet here. There it is. Bets 25. Marshall getting after it. Putting in a raise. Playing that position. Looks like he put in a small raise there. I think he made it 60 to go. Jordan snap folded. Ricky and Jordan both snap folded. Marshall takes that one down. Pretty easy. Easy game. Stephen Hughes in the chat says, let's see how nutty this game gets. Oh, man, I can't wait. I love these 2-2 streams. You should play one of these one day, bud. They look really fun to play. Buckle up. Get in the game and buckle up. That's what I always tell people about this game. Yeah, like we said, guys, masks are mandatory when you get in the door. If you don't have one, we'll provide one for you, as well as a non-invasive temperature check. You just walk in. They do like a weird heat scan thing. They don't touch you. You don't have to do anything. You just stop on the X on the ground, do the heat scan, put your name on the list, and you're in the game. It's that simple. It's not that weird. Got a couple of big hands here. We got pocket fives, 9-10 suited, 10-8 suited, king, queen, and ace-8 offsuit. I'm sorry, ace-8 suited, ace-8 of spades. Going 5 ways to the flop, 52 in the middle already. Steven says 2-5. Yeah, I get it. Jarrett flopping the nut flush draw here. Jarrett's there in the 4 seat, right there getting chips on the button. Just with the call here with the ace-8 of spades, nut flush draw, trying to get there. Wow, just banks it right on the turn and picks up a steel wheel draw. Ricky Sr. might get caught up in this thing. Spade on the river would be nasty. Ricky Sr. with the king of spades. Looks like the turn checks through. Jarrett checks his flush. Maybe trying to get somebody to get squirrely with a worse hand. That 8 of clubs on the river completes the one-liner to the wheel. Brent's got pocket fives for the wheel. Brent might look him up here. 202 in the middle. Early on in the game, already pushing some chips around. 125 big blind pot. Gets pushed over to Jarrett, gets the check mark, takes it down. Nut flush, good. Brent decides to look him up there with the pocket fives for the wheel. That deceptive check on the turn might have got Jarrett paid there. What do you guys think about a turn check when you turn the nuts there? You guys betting for value? You guys trying to get tricky with it? Check that nut flush when it comes in there on the turn. All right, action starts here with Troy. They're in the 8th seat. King 10 offsuit in the muck. Doesn't want to play that from out of position. Jordan fold, Marshall fold. Action on a Ricky Sr. on the button. Makes it 10 to go. Gets through the small blind. Look at Justin picking up pocket aces in the big blind. Looks like he makes it 40 to go. Steve says turn check for sure. Yeah, I like a turn check there. I think you get some value from some worse hands on the river with a turn check. Let them catch up, especially with the one-liner to the straight out there. A couple of worse flushes. When he checks there, he keeps, even though Ricky Sr. didn't get there, but when he checks that turn, he keeps Ricky Sr. in there with all of his flush draws. He just happened to have the second nut flush draw. If Spade had come in on the river, he might have been able to really milk that one.
And it was real. Everybody was kind of like, oh, that's cool.
That's really the name of the game. You want to keep your opponents in there with all of their bad draws. You just don't want them to get there. I mean, of course, unless you locked up the nut flush on the turn. But, like I said, that turn check, he probably could have gone for a little. He probably could have made a small bet there and gotten paid by that second nut flush draw and some straights. So I think I would have liked to see a bet there in the turn. A small bet, very small bet. Keep them in with their draws, get some calls from some straights. Maybe some straight draws. Plus you're on the button. Yeah, that's a good point.
This girl, it was her birthday, and she was all pumped up. So.
Jarrett raising ace-10 offsuit from the hijack to 11. Gets called by the jack-8 suited. Out of the small blind from Justin. Looks like we go check, check on the flop. Tray of clubs on the turn. Neither player with a club in their hand. Wow. Not a fun run out. Looks like the first one to bet's probably going to take this one down. If it goes check, check, ace high is obviously going to be good. 2 out of 5 for Jarrett. Off to a pretty good start. Button moves on to the next one. We do allow button straddles here in our 2-2 no limit hold'em deep stack cash game. Out in the rest of the room though, it's under the gun straddle only. Just for the 2-2 game. We let them buy in a little deeper. We let them straddle the button. We like to make it juicy for you guys. Plus we're fresh out of quarantine. Everybody's been missing some live poker. Let's get weird. Let's get juicy. Pierre Rodriguez says it's a straight, not ace high. I didn't catch that. Did it run out as the wheel? I just saw the clubs. Might have ran out as the wheel. If it did, I didn't see it. I thought I was looking for clubs. Nick from Yuma says, predicting the giveaway is a best bet mask. Yeah, I got a used one at home. I'll bring it in next week. We'll give it away for sure. We'll mail it to you. All right, guys, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. If you've been with us since the radio show, that's awesome. We appreciate it. We've been trying to run these cash games a little bit earlier, you know, around 7, so that we can kind of streamline straight from the show into the live stream. So that's been cool. It's easier said than done. It's hard to get everyone seated, get the list called down, and get the game started right on time, but it's better than starting it at like 8:30 or 9. So we're glad you're here. I'm happy to be here. It's good to be back. Looks like a button straddle. Jordan calling pocket 4s out of the big blind. Kent in the Facebook chat says everyone has great poker faces. Yeah, for sure. The masks definitely change a certain element of the game. No doubt about it. Nick from Yuma asking about the radio show. Yeah, the radio show, we just we do a radio show here on one of the local sports stations every Wednesday from 6 to 7, and we live stream it on Twitch. So every Wednesday from 6 to 7. Mostly we just talk about poker. We talk about what's going on in the poker, just kind of in the poker world. Sometimes we talk about some strategy type stuff. Sometimes we have special guests. We do some interviews. Talk a lot about what's going on in the room. It's cool. It's a lot of fun. Me, myself, Jesse, and Allie McDeal. We do it every Wednesday from 6 to 7, and then we try to stream right into the cash game.
5 o'clock source.
Daniel in the YouTube chat, you'd love to come play on the stream. Check out the schedule, man. Let me know what you want to play and win, and we'll see if we can get you in a game. Yeah, the radio show is cool. It's a lot of fun. We just talk a lot about what's going on in the poker world. Obviously, things are a little bit weird right now. There's not a lot going on as far as like poker news goes, because there's not a lot happening, you know. But usually there is. It's cool. We talk a lot about the series, talk a lot about tournaments that are in town. Sometimes we have special guests, guest call-ins. Had Jonathan Little a couple times. Had Bart Hansen. Had William Hung on there a few weeks ago. Wow, look at Brent just turning the nuts with the royal redraw. Needs an ace of hearts one time. 108 in the middle. Ricky top pair open-ender.
Say, and then you bet. Like
Well,
you're disgusted.
You know me, I'm nervous.
Ace of hearts one time.
I'm not talking about this yet, but I called that he's not played before.
I think you meant on this table. He's never done the live stream. Alright, so 6.50, 1 calls.
Ace of hearts one time for the Royal. Nope, deuce of hearts though. Brent makes a second nut flush, gets the check mark. That's going to slow Ricky Sr. down here. Top pair, missed all of his straight draw. Still 200 in the middle. One orbit into the game. We've already had 2 pots over 100 big blinds. I told you this game was fun.
6 drops.
These pots just get huge relative to the blind size. Obviously, the straddle helps that happen, but these games, they just play so much bigger than you would think.
1.70.
About 9 hands in, this is the second pot over 100 big blinds.
6 calls.
Wow, Ricky makes the call with just 1 pair. Brent gets that check mark and picks up that pot, picks up 100 bigs.
So 30 more.
Kent in the Facebook chat asking if the WSOP is happening. Debatable, very debatable. There's been some talks about some like projected type schedules, some ideas that they might run, but nothing's been set in stone yet. There's no definite. They're running some events online. You can play on the WSOP platform online, but you have to go to a state where that has reciprocity, like New Jersey or Nevada. There might be one more,
What's up, man?
but
Doing pretty good after that.
nothing is definite right now. Nick from Yuma says, WTF. WTF, Ricky. Yeah, just calls it off there. I guess he thought that was a good spot for Brent to try to bluff. Brent didn't even really need that hard. He got there on the turn. Made Broadway on the turn with the second nut flush draw. Hard to get better than that. And the Royal redraw.
The action's gonna start in 3. Fold in 3. Fold 4. Fold 6. 7.
Justin picking up King Jack suited. Under the gun +2. Makes it 15 to go.
Call 1.
Brent makes a call from the cutoff. 7-5 suited. Jordan's in there 3-4 offsuit. Let's get weird. Wow, 3-4 offsuit makes the best hand here. Middle pair on the 8 high board.
Call from the 1.
Donnie Brasco, I like that. Main man Adonis in the box, slinging him. Justin gonna rep that ace one time on the turn. Ace of clubs comes in on the turn. Brent picking up a flush draw. 7-5 of clubs. Brent thinks he needs a 6 or a club, but all of his 7s and all of his 5s are live too. He's got 21 outs. That's not one of them. King high, the best hand. Justin gets the check mark. Probably gonna slow down and check here when the aces pair. Nope, getting after it. Throws a black chip into it. 179 in the middle. Bets 100. He's got the best hand.
He bet 100 and
Yeah, Nick from Yuma, that was a pretty interesting turn. I thought it was going to get spicy there. Didn't quite happen. Brent had a gutter ball, a flush draw, and all of his pair cards were live. All of his 7s and all of his 5s. That ace of spades was about the only card that didn't help him, that hand. Jay Mission in the Twitch chat says, sorry you had to bail. I'm assuming you had to bail on the list. That's cool, man. If you're watching on Twitch, just scroll down, check out the schedule. Let us know what other games you'd like to get on the list for. Send us an email, and we'll get you in whatever game you want.
8 raises to 10.
Justin bumping it up here, pocket 7s. Last time when he had suited Broadway cards, he made it 15. This time with mid-pocket pairs, he makes it 10. That's something that the more perceptive players might pick up on. Nobody calls. Justin picks up the blinds. Button moves. On to the next hand.
Did you order yourself a tank, boy?
Yeah, I got that one out.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna be feeling good.
Oh, yeah. Got no carbs today.
Oh, wow. So you got
Nathan Campbell asking about if you're asking for the email address to get on one of the lists.
15, 20 pounds.
I'll drop it for you here in the Facebook chat.
full CA. Yeah, we all gained weight from that. Non-calls.
There you go. There's email for Sage. He does most of the scheduling for the live stream games. You can shoot him an email, let him know what game, what date you want to play on, and he'll get you on the list. He'll send you a confirmation email, let you know where you are on the list. Pierre Rodriguez says, why call pre with a hand like 3-4 and then fold when you make a pair? Yeah, I get it. I was kind of thinking the same thing. He actually only player in the hand that made a hand, and then he folded. Nick from Yuma says, I saw another live stream take deposits on people putting their name on the list, and then it goes towards their time rake. Yeah, I could see that, I guess, if you have problems keeping people on the list. We don't have problems getting people on the list for this game, or really any of our other games. Look at this hand. Brett with the nuts. Troy, bottom set on the turn. Looks like Brett min-clicked him here. I don't know how Troy can ever fold with one card to come and a min-click. Brett flopped it out the gate. 7, 8, 9, 10, jack.
Call? Okay.
Right? What a turn. I don't know how we don't just get all the money in right here. Min-raise screams value. That's a good point. Nobody ever uses the min-raise as a bluff. It's always a value hand. What do you guys think about that? You guys ever see the min-raise get used as a bluff? I only ever see it as a value hand. Ouch. Can't pair the board. Can't make the boat one time. Bottom set versus the nuts. Brett's got the stones in position. 229 in the middle. I think Brett just got it all in there. He might have just got the double up.
So then 500.
Wow. Nick from Yuma says, always fear the min raise. For sure, that's a good mantra to live your life by. Always fear the min raise. It's always a value hand, especially in 2-2 no limit hold'em at Best Bet Jacksonville. It's always going to be a value hand. It's like the limp re-raise under the gun in small stakes poker. It's always aces or ace king suited. It's never anything else. Sometimes you'll see them with kings in that spot, but it's always aces or ace king suited. Just like the min click is always a value hand.
Back in West Virginia, Charlestown, the guy wasn't 21.
Made it 15? What?
Get
3 and
out of
4
here.
folds.
No, seriously. For real? Yeah.
6 folds.
Yeah. Because I was like, I was just joking around. Let me get an ID check. And I went there, he didn't have his ID. And they're like, well, how'd you get in? He couldn't produce any ID. I was like, he's not even supposed to be in. Go ahead and do y'all's job.
Wow. Now, please give me my money back. Yeah.
So you lost pot to a guy under 21 and they gave you.
Well, gave me my money back. They didn't give me.
That was a big pot. Brett scooped a big one there.
I was fine with that.
Just flopping the nut straight.
Straddle under the gun.
I'm starting doing that. Every time I lose a big pot to a young looking kid, like,
Especially if you're middle or off.
Troy got caught up in that one. A little bit of a cooler for Troy. Couldn't get there on the river.
Straddle under the gun. 2-seater first.
Looks like Brett straddles under the gun this hand. Ashton's going to start with Jordan there in the 2-seat.
that's a new angle.
Dan Van Dyke says sometimes a min raise on the flop to find out where you are with top pair. Okay, I like that.
Turn the boat. I'm going to need that ID. 2 and 3 and 4 and 6 fold. 7 base and 15.
Cape Co in the Twitch chat asking about average cost of living in the Jax area. I would say Jax is pretty comparable, to be honest with you. It's a very working class town. It's not extravagant by any means, especially in comparison to a lot of the rest of Florida. Jacksonville's a very, very blue-collar town. It's pretty comparable, nothing crazy. You start getting out towards the beach or like the Ponte Vedra area, a little closer to St. Augustine. There's some prime real estate out there. Things can get pretty expensive, but the rest of the city's pretty blue-collar, pretty working class.
You got a straddle on the button for $4 hair. Did everybody order their drinks? Everybody get what they wanted? Yeah. Good. Oh, it's a question we can ask. Yeah, that's definitely a question.
Looks like we got a button straddle
Do you want to maybe check on that?
from Justin there in the 7th seat.
He is inquiring about.
We are 8-handed here in Best Bet Jacksonville as of last week. Hopefully we'll be 9-handed soon. No way to know, but you know, that's a goal. That's what we're hoping for.
Keep it up there. Okay. So they said they were going to try to do 5 on the button, 4 on the gun.
8-handed's not bad though. You know, it was tough for a while when we were 6-handed. People would get up and go to the bathroom or go take a quick break, and all of a sudden your game's 5-handed, and then a player busts. You know, now you're 4-handed. You got to play 4-handed. Players didn't like that too much. Now we're back to 8-handed. A little bit of breathing room. If somebody needs to go take a bathroom break or go get some dinner or whatever. 8-handed's not too bad. Also, I like playing 8-handed. 8-handed game's fine with me. Justin flopping the open-ended on the button with the straddle, Queen 9 suited.
Not all the way.
Ricky Sr. open-ended the other way. He gets there with a 7 or a queen. Justin needs an 8 or a king.
Call the 6. All right, guys, we're going to go see a turn card. Checking the 6.
Wow, this hand just got interesting.
15.
Trey with a pair and an open-ender here. And the cutoff.
From the 8.
Pierre Rodriguez, exactly 3 hands connecting here. Cape Cole in the chat says 6, 7-handed is primo. Yeah, I agree if the games stay full. You know, like I said, the problem is somebody gets up and goes to the bathroom and then somebody goes broke and there's nobody on the list and all of a sudden you're 4-handed. That's not optimal, but, you know, if the games are solid, if the games are full, yeah, I love playing 6, 7-handed. Justin making a move there with a pair and a better pair. I'm sorry, a worse pair and an open-ender. Gets Trey to fold the best hand.
Ooh, I almost wanted to give you the first card. That would have been a mistake. Actually start from the 1. Fold. Fold out of the 1 and the 2. 3 folds.
If you guys are just joining us, we're watching 2-2, no limit hold'em, deep stack cash. The deep stack cash means we let them buy in for almost double the normal maximum.
The 8 and option 1 to 9.
My name's Dustin Shacklock, and we're streaming on a 15-minute delay out of Jacksonville, Florida.
The 9 is the call from the 8. Here's your dog back. I'm going to go heads up to a flop. Checking the 8.
Cape Cole in the chat says, when does the 10-25 game come back? Probably next month. We don't have one scheduled anymore in June. We ran one Saturday night. You just missed it. We played 10-25. We played 5-10 and a quarter Saturday night. We probably won't run another one until next month.
Strudel on the button.
Dan Van Dyke says he's going to wrap some underwear around his face if you need to wear a mask. That's cool, man. Whatever you're into, you know. I don't know if that would work in here or not. But if that's what you're into, man, that's cool. It's 2020. Scott Carter says no poker in Ohio yet. Oh, like it's just not open? Okay, I was like, man, I know there's poker rooms there. But yeah, that makes sense. It's just not open yet. That's a bummer. I got out the other day, went and played some live poker. It felt weird at first, and then it was like riding a bike. The games were incredibly mediocre, but I made them good. I made them juicy. I like to play a lot of hands. Can't win if you don't play. You know what I'm saying? Got to play a lot of hands to win a lot of money. Chris Ward in the chat, my man. Appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out.
I mean, we got blue chips here, but yeah.
Clean underwear, of course. That's cool. That'd be preferable to dirty underwear. KF, my man in the chat. Best run room in the Southeast, maybe the country. I second that. I think so, man. I'm not. I might be biased because I work here, but I played a lot of poker in a lot of different markets and a lot of different rooms all over the country, and I think we have the best run room. Definitely top 5 that I've ever been to. You know, there's a couple of great rooms in Las Vegas, obviously. Other than that, man, it's really disappointing when I go to another room. I'm not just saying that because I work here. I play a lot of poker all over the country. New Hampshire reopened. Cool. I was thinking about going to New Hampshire. I've never been there. Jordan picking up 2 red kings on the button in a straddle pot. Looks like he makes it 4 red chips to go for a total of 20. No, he makes it 15. Gets called by ace, tray, offsuit. Man, that ace every time. Whenever you got pocket kings, you get 2 red kings, all black flop with an ace. Dan Van Dyke says, how can you get on this live stream? If you want, man, if you're interested, let me know. I'll drop you an address. You can email, and we'll get you in one of these games. Whatever you want to play. 2-2, 2-5, 5-10 and a quarter, whatever you're into. Ken, that's right. You did just spend all winter in New Hampshire. Remind me to ask you about that. I want to know more about those games up there. I'm going to try to plan a trip. Andre in the chat asking what the buy-in was. In this game, it's 100 to 500 here on the live stream for 2-2 no limit. Out in the rest of the room, it's 40 to 300, 300 max. Are there a lot of casinos in New Hampshire? Is there just like one? Is there like 10? Ace magnets for sure. 2 red kings, all blackboard, 1 ace. Every time. Poker rooms, no casinos. Okay, cool. Got it. Dan Van Dyke, I'll drop my email address in the chat. You can just email me, man, and we'll get you set up. There you go, Dan. There's my email in the chat. If you have any questions, you want to get set up, just shoot me an email, and we'll get you in the game. Get you an A game. We don't have the July schedule out yet. It should be finalized in the next week or so, and then you can take a look at that. We have 1 2-5 no limit game scheduled a week from tonight on the 24th, and then I think that's the last stream for the month. So after that, we'll be looking at July to get in some no limit hold'em live stream action. Hopefully some tournaments soon. Ken says they have some Florida type games. Man, Florida poker, special kind of poker for sure down here.
What's that?
Wine?
Scotch.
Isn't it? Good stuff.
Keeps me warm at night.
100 from the full. Fold from the 9. You can sit out and see. Easy? Okay. Sit back in. See. You can sit out and see.
Oh, refer to the table games? I get it. I got you. Dan Van Dyke, no problem. Shoot me a text or email. We'll get you set up.
Crazy sell.
I guess I can agree with that. C8 folds. There definitely were a lot of spots where you figured the hand would go a little differently than how it did. 9 folds. Or sorry, 9 calls. C1 folds. 2 mixed, 16. Yeah, there were a lot of hands where I felt like.
Troy limp it in with the deuce tray of hearts.
4 folds, 6 folds.
They check offsuit for Ricky in the small blind. Makes the call.
4 players.
Jordan raising 9-8 diamonds. Gets called by 7-5 of diamonds.
Actual session.
Smells like a cooler. Ace Jack gets there, flopping middle pair. Top kicker. Ricky in the small blind, out of position. Checking it. 60 miles from the Wynn in Boston. That's cool, man. I love Wynn properties. That's an Encore, right? Encore in Boston?
9 and 2 folds. Heads up action, guys.
Uh-oh. Bottom pair with a flush draw. Ricky with a Broadway draw here, too. 10 of diamonds would be a nasty card. 10 of diamonds comes. We're going to push some chips around for sure. Wow, Marshall gets there. He had like half the deck. Any 7, any 5, any diamond.
C3 was going.
Gets the check mark. Ricky Sr. checking it over to him. Ricky Sr. getting a little short. 119 left. There's already, well, now there's 640 in the middle. Ricky gives it up. Turns some equity there. Picked up a Broadway draw to go with this pair. That's one of those spots you don't really want to make 2 pair also because that brings the one-liner to Broadway. That's one of those spots you probably just check fold on the turn, I think. You don't want to make your other pair with the diamond. You know, the diamonds get scary. It's probably a check fold on the turn. What do you guys think?
Are you going to be here this weekend for the 2009?
Yeah.
Maybe your first world.
Yeah.
9 folds.
I can't believe they don't usually, like, in July, Christmas and July, they don't usually split it between both places.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Oh, they're doing it now.
4 folds. For C4. DC top? Yes. They're going to chop it up.
All right, guys, let's take a quick look at the stats so far. We're 20 hands in so far. Look at Jared in the lead, plus 264. Ricky Sr. minus 281. I'll tell you, these games were good, guys. We're 20 hands in. Already got some 100 big blind swings. That's what I'm talking about. 2-2, no limit, hold 'em deep, stack cash. Live out of Best Bet, Jacksonville. Like I said last week, guys, drop in the chat. Let me know what you're playing, where you're playing at, and what your local card room looks like. Are you guys wearing masks? Do you guys have the weird barriers in between every player? What are you guys doing? What's your market look like right now? I'm intrigued to know. Like I said before, we're 8-handed here in Jacksonville with mandatory masks and a lot of sanitation. But other than that, it's business as usual. I've heard someplace, I know Nevada is like 5-handed. South Florida, I think they have the weird barriers. They might be 6-handed with the weird barriers. I don't even know if they're full ring.
My buddy lives here, so I'm visiting him.
7 calls, 8 calls. The 9's been full. We got 3 reactions, gentlemen.
Brent putting in the big 3-bet here with ace-queen offsuit. It's already 145 in the middle. We haven't even gotten to the flop. Here we go. Not flush draw for Justin. He's not going anywhere. We saw him get squirrely with an open ender and a pair. I can't imagine what he's going to do with a flush draw here.
Checking this out. Checking you. One bet 75.
Brent makes it 75 here on the turn.
Eight's gonna call.
Justin with the quick call here with the nut flush draw. I like this play by Brent. He checks, checks top pair here on the flop. It makes it look like he has a hand like jacks or queens, maybe even kings. When he checks that ace, he keeps all the flush draws in. And then when you bet really big on the turn in this spot, your player's going to make a lot of mistakes chasing flush draws because their equity is going to go way down on the turn. Their equity is going to go down to, around 20%. You make like a pot-sized bet, they're making a huge mistake. There's tons of room for value there. So I like the way Brett played this hand. He would have, obviously, the other side of that is he would have gotten value from flush draw on the flop. But when he checks that flop, you might get calls from hands like pocket tens, something like that on the turn when he checks that ace. He's not only going to get called by flush draws on the turn, he's going to get called by, probably hands as weak as pocket tens in a 3-bet pot. Hands as weak as, ace 8 suited, stuff like that. When he 3-bets and then bets the ace on the flop, it looks like he has a really strong ace. But when he checks it, I think his range opens up a little bit.
No. Oh wow. Like no time soon. Absolutely not.
Every state around it is open. He was
No poker in Indiana, but there are home games. That's usually kind of the case in Indiana anyway, though, right? Isn't there just like one boat or something? Or am I wrong about that?
out of all the states.
I thought there was just like one casino boat near Louisville.
So I guess we'll just be up here, right?
Big illegal home games, yeah, that's a thing for sure.
South Carolina started with the ball game.
What it is?
I mean, poker's pretty recession proof. People are going to play poker no matter what.
I mean, they asked me to come to South Carolina, but it was like, I'm not going to enjoy myself here for a while.
1 checks, 2 checks, 7 checks. 28 checks. 9 checks. 1 bet 25. With 2 calls.
Boss man jumping in the chat. What's up, Jesse? What's going on?
Heads up action to the right.
Yeah, this game's awesome. We're about 25 hands in, and we've seen multiple, probably like 6 or 7 100+ big blind pots getting pushed around. The game's good. I love 2-2 no limit. 2 pair on the river. Good. Aces and 9s. Ship it. Brent picks up another one. BRJ in the Twitch chat says there's plenty of casinos in Indiana. Okay. Especially near Chicago. All right, copy that. For some reason, I thought it was just right there on the river. I thought they just had like a couple boats or something. 9 casinos in Indiana. Nick from Yuma says poker and alcohol are recession-proof. For sure, especially while I'm alive.
Starting a small board. Sorry, not small, line under the gun. 3 folds.
Brent picking up another one. Makes aces and 9s. 2 pair. Good. Takes it down. 1 casino by Indianapolis, 1 by Chicago. Cool. Yeah, sounds like there's a bunch of games up there. That's cool. That's cool.
9 folds. 1 fold.
Does anybody live there? Is anybody playing any of those games? Are they any good?
Heads up action.
I imagine poker's probably good around Chicago, right? Normally you find good games in major metropolitan areas.
Check in the 2.
Justin picking up a second nut flush draw here. King, queen of diamonds.
That's a call in the 2. Heads up.
Jordan calling with the gutter ball, trying to peel an 8 one time.
Okay. Check in the 2. 15 from the 8.
King, queen still in the lead, though. King, queen of diamonds. Bets 15 into 57, and Jordan gets out of the way. That's another one of those spots. If your opponent's betting a flush draw there, you're really, you really only have 3 outs there to hit your gutter ball. You don't want to spike that 8 of diamonds.
Oh, yeah, it's coming.
All right, we're going to take a quick look at the VPIP stats so far. 25 hands into this 2-2 no-limit hold'em game. Jordan and Justin and Troy and Brent all playing 40% plus VPIP. That's sick. Chatter, where you at? How you not on this game, man? If you were in this game, everybody's VPIP would be like 75%. What are you doing? Sitting at home watching?
All right, saddle one. And seat 7 is not here.
Games are solid up near Chicago. That's cool. Got to get up there one of these days. Sounds fun. Alberti in the Facebook chat asking what's the max amount of money you can sit with at this stake. So right here on our live stream table, it's 500. Out in the rest of the room, it's going to be 300. In the rest of the room, it's 40 to 300. Here it's 100 to 500. Chatter says stuck at work. You have a job? This is news to me, buddy. Look at this flop. Jarrett, 75% of the 10s. Off the rip, there's only $12 in the pot. There you go. Check one time. Let Brent pick up a pair.
25.
Making sure.
2 pair, actually. Jackson 10s with an ace.
Okay. Nice, man. Make sure I wasn't seeing something wrong.
I topped up to 5.
Do what?
I topped up.
Chatter says some of us got to work for a living. Tell me about it.
Seat 2 is at 500.
Alberti says, do you need to sign up ahead of time to be able to get on this table? So to be one of the first players on the list, you do need to sign up ahead of time. You can sign up day of. They post the list the day of here in the room. If you happen to be in the room, you can get on the list. If you scroll up a little bit, I dropped an email address in the chat earlier. I'll drop it again for you. You can email to get on one of the streams.
4 is 16.
Daniel says, why would he raise 3 10s? I would just imagine because there was 3 clubs out there. That's the only thing I can think. Justin picking up aces for the second time. Jarrett raising 7 deuce offsuit out of the big blind in the straddle pot. Trying to play the 7 deuce game. Brent folds 7 deuce. A bunch of his outs.
Thank you.
Justin's going to take that one down. Picking up pocket aces for the second time in less than 30 hands. That's a good feeling. Dan Van Dyke says, I just lost my job with this week. Guess I'm a professional poker player now. Sucks, buddy. Been there. Obviously, I had to go back to work. Got lucky, though. I got a cool job.
Straddle in 3, 7 is bad.
Ace 10-10 flop. Daniel, yeah, he raised a turn. There was a jack of clubs. It was like ace of clubs, 10 of clubs, 10 of spades, jack of clubs on the turn. I'm assuming that's why he raised. I don't know. I don't live inside his brain. I don't know what he's thinking. Al, no problem. Let me know if you have any more questions, man. We'll get it sorted out for you. Ken in the Twitch chat, what happened to you, man? I thought you were supposed to be in this game. You're supposed to be here. Look at this action. What are you doing? Oh, got an exposed card. Button's going to get a new one. Troy picking up ace, jack, offsuit, under the gun, +1. Troy's been pretty snug so far in this 2-2 deep stack cash game. Playing a little close to the cusp. Looks like he opens for 20 here. I didn't see if it was a straddle pot. It's not. Just coming out opening for 10 bigs. I get it, buddy. It happens. Pocket tens in the lead. Ace-Jack's kind of a tough hand to play out of position. Ace-Jack offsuit is kind of a tough hand to play out of position, especially when you just get flat called. It's a lot easier to play when you get 3-bet because it's almost never good. You can almost always fold. But Ace-Jack offsuit out of position against a flat call in a low-stakes poker game is a hard hand to play. Even when you make a pair, you know. Big open with ace-jack, yeah, for sure. That's one of those, like, I don't really know what to do with ace-jack offsuit in this spot, so I'll just raise it huge and maybe I'll take the blinds. See that a lot in low-stakes poker. And then check raise with it on the turn. Get there on the river one time. Big check raise on the turn. Rips it on the river. I guess that's how you do it. That's how you play ace-jack offsuit. Gets Jordan to fold 2 tens. Yeah, that's a tough spot. Raise ace-jack offsuit for a huge raise and then just get flat called. The problem with raising that big is a lot of players are going to call you with hands that they should 3-bet you with just because your raise size is so big. You know, they don't want to put in 45% of their stack with a 3-bet, so hands as strong as like ace-queen suited are just going to call you there. So then you make an ace and you really have no idea where you are when you raise that much. I get it though. There's definitely a weird sweet spot in low stakes hold'em to where, you know, you want to raise enough to get some people to fold, but you also don't want to raise so much to where they only call you with premium hands, which I think is, you know, kind of what happens when you go too big. Definitely a weird sweet spot there with your open sizes. Honestly, like I said, I think ace-jack offsuit hard hand to play out of position. Under the gun +1, ace-jack offsuit, very debatable where that should be in your range chart.
I went there and I got there at 10. They just opened. There was one table going.
But props to Troy, turning that hand into a winner. Check raise with it on the turn. Get it all in on the river. Take down the pot. Ricky Sr. getting it in here. Pairing a straight draw. Way behind here. Trey's got one of his outs. He's basically going to need a 4 or a king. No, king's no good. Basically only a 4 to win, right? 4. 4 or one of the remaining 2 5s. Aces and kings with a 10. Going to get the check mark. That pot's going to get shipped over to Jarrett. Ricky Sr. is going to hit the rail. Dan Van Dyke says, try to stay balanced on your raise sizes. Yeah, absolutely. You're supposed to. You're not supposed to vary your raises based on the strength of your hand. You want to raise the same with your premium hands and your bluffs, for sure. Keep them on their toes. Don't give them anything away for free.
Yeah, it used to be pretty busy. I probably haven't been there in a year or two, but you get a lot of business. It's pretty nice.
If you're in Orlando, it's easier to get to Tampa.
Okay. Makes sense. I bought that paper right there.
Protocol?
So I've got a thing I do every year down there. It's Swan and Dolphins. It's
Couple of big hands here. Ace-Jack offsuit, Ace-King offsuit, pocket eights on the button. Look at Jared just calling with the Ace-King offsuit.
Look like Hershey Kisses, he'd have done 8 of them.
9 folds. Cool.
Brent making the call here with King 4 suited, getting a pretty good price. Last to act in the straddle pot. It's like 8 to win 60 there. Makes the call with King 4 suited and flops top pair. That's how you do it. Jared with a better hand here. Top. Bets 25. And Brent folds. I guess he wanted clubs there. He's only going to continue on a board with lots of 4s or lots of clubs.
Wait, should we clean the seat?
Daniel says, how do you play pocket eights? It's kind of a tough one.
3 checks.
Pocket eights, also one probably heavily debated hand.
4 bets. 50.
Marshall turning his gut shot Broadway draw into a bluff here on the turn. I guess he kind of figures that's the only way he can win the pot. Needed that 10 on the turn, not a jack. Gives him a pair, but it's no good. Jarrett with the check mark. There's already 382 in the middle. These spots are out of control. I love it. Check, river. Marshall gives up after putting in that big check raise there on the turn. Who knows if Jarrett would have made the call there with ace-king with one pair. In a raise pot when there's a bunch of Broadway cards and you got a check raise, you're facing a check raise. That's a tough spot.
But he fixed it.
Marshall put the pressure on him, made him think about it. But the good news about check raising there is he got the showdown for free. You know, nobody's putting in a big bet on the river after a big check raise on the turn. So he got to the river, got the showdown for free. Mike Muner in the YouTube chat says stack depths, pocket eights can be hard. Yeah, I think how you play pocket eights kind of depends on everyone's stacks for sure.
And then 9 calls.
Yes.
9 calls.
Kevin Thiel says the cleaning on display. That's right. I told you guys, mandatory masks and a lot of sanitation happening here at Best Bet Jacksonville. Trying to keep you and us safe. You know, we want to be able to come to work for a long time.
You're going to be in seat.
Trying to keep everybody safe, making sure everybody keeps their
Thank you.
keeps their masks on. Obviously, unless you have to take a drink of whiskey, like the 6th seat there,
Have you done other ones? So you know how like works with the product?
that's acceptable.
Put them in the box.
You could take a whiskey break from your mask.
That's all good. Alright. Can you just take your headphones off? Yeah, straddle in the 9. Yeah, on the back. Protocol.
All right, button straddle. Both blinds fold. Action on under the gun +2. Fold as well. Lucky one, 85 in the Twitch chat says, what's the max buy-in? 500. Here on the live stream table, the 2-2 game max buy-in is 500. Dan Van Dyke says, mid pairs like 8s, you raise. Sure, I think, again, it depends on stack size, you know. You don't want to raise it to 15 when there's a guy with 40 sitting right next to you. So now you're going to have to play for 40. But if you close the action, like if you raise to 15, he rips it for 40, and then everyone else folds, it's back around to you. I don't think it's the worst call, but you don't want to raise pocket 8s. Some guy rips it for 40, and then 2 people call 40. You know, that's a tough spot. Lucky one in the chat said, when do we open? We open May 22nd. We open with 6-handed games. We graduated to 7-handed games, and over this past weekend, we went 8-handed. So currently 8-handed. A couple of fun hands here. Ace-Jack offsuit in the big blind. 7-8 suited under the gun. Ray S., new player to the game, picking up big, slick, suited first hand, puts in a big raise, makes it 40 to go. I love coming to the table and just picking up a monster and putting in a big raise because everyone thinks you're a maniac. It just really sets the tone for the rest of the game. Wow, pocket kings right behind him. This pot went 12, 40, 140. I thought he went all in. I thought it went 12, 40, 400. It went 12, 40, 140. We getting it all in here? Big, slick, suited versus pocket kings? Looks like Ray just makes the call here. There's 300 in the middle. He's only got 246 back, and he gets there. Look at this. Pretty easy. This hand pretty much plays itself. Man, second time. Pick up pocket kings, ace on the board. Second time we've seen this happen. You guys look up in the top right corner, you can see the other king was folded. That's why it says he only has 1 out. Ouch. Just binks the ace out the gate. Makes the call there. Man, that's a tough call. Can't beat the 10, can't beat the ace. Only thing you can beat is pocket queens and a bluff. Ouch. We see a lot of players at the small stakes. I see this happen all the time. I don't think these small stakes players are just ever bluffing enough in that spot, you know, if ever. Even when I say enough, I don't think, maybe never. In a 3-bet pot with an ace on the board, got ace 10-10, the guy just rips it. I don't think they're ever bluffing in that spot. It sucks, but sometimes I think you just got to fold kings. You did the best you could pre-flop. I think sometimes you just got to fold them pre. I'm sorry, not pre. Fold them as soon as the flop comes out. We're never folding them pre, for clarification.
Thank you so much. No, they got him.
So, you've had hangovers before.
Alright, so
Yeah, so the worst hangover is when you're a sports official and you have to ref basketball and blow a whistle in your ear every 15 to 30 seconds.
Daniel in the YouTube chat says people call with nothing. I mean, he had the best unpaired starting hand you can have in Texas Hold'em. I think it's a pretty good hand.
and 3 calls. Actually, sorry, I should have told you we're showing on the button. Okay. And this one.
Kevin Thiel said he did, but should the ace-king just lead all in on the flop or check? The problem with that is you know the other guy has like a big value hand. Like he's got aces, he's got the same hand as you, he's got kings, he's got queens, and he's got jacks. Jacks, maybe. So you're beating a bunch of his hands. You're chopping one of his hands, and you're beating, you know, the other 50% of the hands he could have. So if you check there, he might just take the free check. I think I think that question too is really dependent on stack size. Also, there was like 315 or 320 or something in the middle, and he only had 250 back, so it's not like it was like a crazy over bet. Wow, look at Ace Jack suited just flopping the nuts here. Gets a check mark on the turn. Nobody can improve. Charles in the Facebook chat said wouldn't lead all in on the flop. I mean, again, like I said, there was a little over 300 in the middle. He only had 240 back. It's not like a crazy, you know. I bet he didn't expect to get called there by pocket kings for sure. Like I said, the kings can't beat the 10. Can't beat the ace. If you check there, pocket kings might bet sometimes. I think it's really player specific. If you check there, pocket kings might bet that flop. But I think sometimes, especially in low stakes poker, I think that pocket king's probably just going to take a check there.
Thank you. Shot on 3.
Yeah, red on the bottom of your blue.
That's gonna be the bonus for later for the
Oh, sweet.
Come on.
Alright. That's good.
That's in case we need to tip for him.
Sweet.
It's just a weird spot right there with his stack size, you know, like 240 with 320 in the middle. It's like a weird spot because if he checks the flop, then what does he do on the turn? You know, there's 300 in the middle. You bet half pot on the turn, and then you leave yourself 75 bucks back. Do you just jam the turn? Because then that looks weird. You're never getting called by pocket kings. I think checking on the flop just makes for a really awkward turn spot there. Might as well just get it in. It's pretty clear that you guys both have big value hands. Just get it in.
2 bets 15.
Dan Van Dyke says it's okay to give him a free card with 2 outs. Sure, but we're trying to get the money in, you know. Wow, look at this hand. Ray picking up the nuts with the nut flush redraw. Wow. Jordan top 2 pair here. 50 goes in from each player on the turn. Wow, Ray making a huge hand here.
Nice catch.
Wow. Ray picking up another big one. Running pretty good off the rip here in this 2-2 no limit hold'em deep stack cash game.
Getting shots?
Kevin Thiel says just breaking down the hand. Yeah, for sure. So if he checks the flop and then say the kings check behind, what does he do on the turn? Puts you in a really weird spot on the turn. Anything you do there on the turn looks weird. If you jam it on the turn, it looks weird. If you bet half pot, it looks weird. If you bet 2/3 pot, it leaves you with like 40 bucks behind. It's not really any good spot.
He's not going to do 1, 2, 7. You guys doing them? No?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay, so 6.
This is the first round. So 6? Afterwards,
You're not doing them. Okay, so 8 folds, 9 calls,
Alright, 6 star pop up. You want me to close it out?
yeah.
2 calls.
Actually, leave it on. We might do more rounds.
3 raises to 20. Okay.
Trash, Brett. Anything that starts with a B, I turn around. Mostly bitch.
7 folds, 9 folds,
Gotta own up to it. It's gonna be a bitch. Be the best.
2 calls. Alright, heads up. 2 checks. 3 bets.
Kevin, you're right. I think the donk lead kind of looks weird in that spot too, but I just don't think there's really. I don't really think there's like a deceptive way to play that hand. It's clear, like I said, from the flop, it's clear you guys both have, or pre-flop, you guys both have huge value hands. So the stack sizes were really weird after that big. The problem was it was a 4-bet pot. It went raise, re-raise, 4-bet. So it made the pot like really bloated. So it was a really weird, stack size for both players. Which is important. It's one of the things you got to pay attention to, especially at small stakes.
We were hoping.
I guess it's too close, maybe.
Ace queen offsuit versus ace 5 suited. Under the gun plus 1. Brett makes a raise to 15. Ace queen offsuit. Looks like Troy's going to make the call, and we're going heads up to the flop. Troy flops nut, flush draw, gut shot, straight. Equity gets a little worse on the turn when the 4 hearts comes in. But you got 2 ways to win the pot. I think Troy has range when he just calls pre-flop. Looks like he has
Thank you.
a weak hand. That's a weak board. Juicy flop for sure. I guess you just check to the razor. It's pretty common, I think. I think a lot of players do it, and not a lot of players know why they do it. I think it's really like habitual for a lot of players. They just check the flop, check to the razor.
My hand started quad 10s, that's it.
This time Jarrett with the ace 5 of clubs. They're in the 4 seat. Looks like we're going heads up to the flop. Trey's got some mystery cards here. Can't see them. Looks like they didn't quite make it into the reader. That's cool. It happens.
7 bets 20.
Jarrett takes this one down. Looks like he turns a gut shot. Gets after it. Takes it down.
He said, I don't want to Adonis man, tell me I love him.
Daniel, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
He loves you.
I love him too, but I'm definitely gonna bring him back a Hershey Kiss next time. So I'm definitely bringing the jumbo back because a lot of people don't love it.
So shuttle on the AC.
Okay.
Falls. 1 falls. 4 folds. For you. 9 calls, 1 falls. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 checks.
Looks like 2 of the 3 players in the hand flopping a pair here. Ace 9 queen rainbow flop. Troy getting a pair of 9s. Justin flops a pair of queens. Justin makes 2 pair here on the turn. Queens and trays with an ace. says all in Justin for $1. That can't be right.
Thank you. Good luck, guys. Thank you.
All right, quick dealer change, and we'll be back in the action. If you guys are just joining us, we're playing 2-2, no limit hold'em, deep stack cash. Best bet Jacksonville. You guys are going to be around this weekend. Don't miss out on our $2,000 high hand promotion. $2,000 an hour from noon to midnight. Giving away a ton of cash, $2K every hour to the winner. Kevin Deal says some players have really low VPIP numbers. True, but some players have really high VPIP numbers. Still a little bit of a small sample size. You know, we've only played less than 40 hands. I think you need a little bit bigger of a sample size. Probably need closer to 100 hands. But, yeah, this game's juicy. It always is. I try to tell people all the time. Mike Muter asking what the rake is. It's 5 max at 40. 5 max at 40.
50 from the 6.
We're going to get that stack updated there for Justin in the 7 seat. He's definitely got more than $1. He's got some black chips.
He just seems sassy on top of it.
Dogfish Phil in the chat. We, you know, we give him a heads up about the phones before the game starts. We tell him you can't use the phone in the hand. You know. Same rules apply out on the poker floor. If you're in a hand, you can't use your phone. Same basic rules. You're not allowed to watch the stream at the table, obviously, even though we are on a 15-minute delay. But, you know, same rules apply out in the rest of the room as well.
Raised to 12 from seat 4. Fold to 6. Call to 7. Fold to 8. Fold to 9. Fold to 8. Heads up.
All right, we're heads up here. Ace-Queen offsuit versus King-10 offsuit. Looks like it's battle of the biggest bet. Jared bets 25 here and takes it down. Bets with the best. Wins the pot. Mike Muter says, I wish phones weren't allowed, period. I mean, I see the argument. I get it. You know, like, I like having my phone. I like to listen to music. I like having, if I'm not in the hand, I like to do whatever I want with my phone. I don't like when people tell me what to do. So, you know, but at the same time, I absolutely hate when the action gets slowed down because some dummy's on his phone, not paying attention. So I totally see both sides of the argument. If I went somewhere and they told me that I couldn't have my phone at all at the table, I'd probably leave. I probably wouldn't play. Not because I'm attached to my phone, but because I like to have it when I play, and I don't like when people tell me what to do. So, if somebody said, hey, you can't play here if you have your cell phone with you, I'd say, all right, see you later. But as far as the stream goes, we give them a speech. Before we start the stream, we let all the players know what they can and can't do and why. We tell them they can't, you know, be on their phone during a hand. Also, that's what the dealers are for. Dealers in the box, they sweat that kind of stuff. They know the rules. Nick from Yuma, for sure. Listening to music. That's what I'm talking about.
First game of the morning. 16 people.
You guys in the Facebook chat, you guys are awesome. We do it for you.
And there's just 2 referees. Now, these kids are 14, 15, but they're already dunking them all. You need 3 referees.
Copsly says, act fast. Yeah, for sure. Me too. I'm always paying attention to the game. If I'm not in the hand,
So, right off the get-go,
you know, I want to use my phone. I don't care what you say. It's a little bit different on the stream, you know, because of all the stuff that happened at the Stones Poker Room. But that's why we give them the rundown. You can't be on your phone while you're in a hand. You can't, absolutely cannot watch the stream. Even though we are on a delay, extra security precaution, you know, with the 15-minute delay.
the game and act like they blocked the shot before. She just gave me a funny look, walked off. I'm like, what are you going to say to me there? I mean, right?
Nothing.
It was brutal, man. That's a good athlete.
Brack Patterson says, is that Mohawk in Seed 1? Well, now I think he goes by Buzzcut, formerly known as Mohawk. Roland Thiel asking when we will get blackjack. It's going to be a long time, buddy. Don't get your hopes up. Don't get excited. If that's your game, I suggest, you know, maybe looking elsewhere for it. It's going to be a very long time before we get blackjack anywhere else in the state of Florida.
They're like, you're not scoring 100 on us.
Scotty Can, how can you play? Let us know what game, what date you want to play, and we'll set it up for you. We'll make it happen. Jay says, I guess you forgot Best Bet used to ban phones at the table. Yeah, like a decade ago, for sure.
Hey, guys, y'all are great. Y'all just not scoring 100.
Anthony Reynolds talking about Cherokee, for sure. They are very, very militant about the phones. Or he says it changed, but yeah, they definitely used to be. They used to be very, very militant about the phones. If you were dealt into the hand, you couldn't be on your phone. And the dealers were very aggressive about it.
You'll know afterwards.
Everybody got it? Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Cheers.
What are you guys toasting to?
You know, you get dealt a hand, you look down, you got 7 deuce, you've already folded in your mind.
I'll metaphorically take mine too.
You pick up your phone, and the dealer freaks out, like stops the game. Hey, put your phone down. All right, man, no problem. Chill out. My bad. I didn't know I wasn't allowed to touch it. But sounds like that recently changed, and that's cool. I think Cherokee's a beautiful property.
Big red chewing gum, pretty much.
That was handy.
Put a little bit in your chest, right?
Yeah, then you got
Depends on who you're talking.
Well, this is true. This is true. Can't get on stage with a hairy chest. Takes away from definition.
Oh my God. I don't want to know that stage.
Full 3,
Man,
full 4, check,
fun.
checks and
Getting
checks.
lubed up by women before you step on stage.
Hey, you're the man, bro.
You are the man.
Of course, if I looked like you, I probably would be doing that too, you know, to be honest with
What
you.
was funny is my first show was
Nick asking about Cherokee. I'm not sure if they're open or not. I really don't know.
pounds between Friday and Saturday. Like,
Guns 333 in the chat. He would know.
and
He lives up there.
so I'm sitting there and like everybody's staring at me, and I'm like, these people look
Kevin Theo asking if there are any full casinos in northern Florida. There are not. Actually, the only full casinos are in Central and South Florida. There's one in Tampa, and there's one a little closer to Miami, in a town called Hollywood, just north of Miami. Roland Thiel, sports betting. We'll probably get sports betting before we get blackjack, but even that could take a couple years. Hopefully not, you know. Hopefully not, but it could still take some time.
getting it free.
Blackjack is a hard no. Sports betting is a hard maybe. Yeah, no sports to bet on for sure. Boxing, some boxing going on. Fighting, that's about it. Anthony Reynolds says the poker room is open at Cherokee. Are they doing anything weird? What are they doing? Do they have the partitions, or is it like best bet, masks? What's the deal?
Amateur did a couple shows just to say I did it at age 40 and 45. Because there's no money. I mean, I spent like $500 to $1,000. You know? All I win.
Kevin Thiel, I like that idea.
Just a vanity.
Although I do like seeing that place when I drive by. I never stop there, but I always get excited when I pass it. I don't know why. Harris is open. All right, that's cool. Nick from Yuma, do we have Ultimate Texas Hold'em? For sure. We got about probably like 8 or 9 Ultimate Texas Hold'em tables. I think we have 8. No, we have more than that. Probably have 10. 10-ish. Oh, yeah, I forgot about NASCAR. Korean baseball. Ooh.
At least I got some carbs coming. I ordered some rice.
I did forget about NASCAR.
I need to soak up salt, man. All my stuff.
If you're on your phone talking, they will ask you to walk away from the table. That's the way it should be. Your conversation should not spill over to the rest of the table. You shouldn't disturb the people you're trying to play poker with. If you're on the phone having a conversation at the table, you're a jerk. Get up and walk away. Same rule here at Best Bet. If you're, if you're talking on the phone, you're not allowed to sit at the table and talk on the phone. Oh, is golf back? Barblade in the chat? I didn't even realize that. I think I heard him talking about it on the radio, actually, now that you mention it. Are they just playing golf with no fans? Is that what's going on? Ooh, table tennis. That's my game. Chastity Bean in the Facebook chat says, torn. Love playing poker, but the recent spike in Corona. Well, if it's any comfort, like I said, we've instituted a lot of mandatory sanitization protocols throughout the room, all over the place, cleaning chairs, cleaning all the heavy traffic areas, stuff like the cages, the handrails, cleaning the chips, cleaning the cards. Mandatory masks and temperature checks. We don't let anyone in. It's got that are running a temperature, anything like that. So we're doing the best we can, but I totally understand if you want to stay home, play it safe. I get it, for sure.
All right, I'm drinking alcohol. You people, those comments, I'm going to come back with some crazy ones. Yeah, but what movie is that from?
What?
I haven't been it.
I thought you pulled out your phone.
This time Troy picking up pocket kings here in the small blind and the straddle pot. So in a small stakes game where there's lots of action, that's the move right there. Just limp in, let them do the raising for you, build a big pot, try to get stacks in by the river. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like anybody has a hand. Oh, Justin picks up a hand on the button. Justin makes it 15 in the straddle pot. There it is. Troy's going to spring the trap. Normally, I hate this play, but in a game where there's lots of loose action, I think it's a good play here. The only problem with that play is it always looks like exactly what it is. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Nobody ever bluffs in that spot. The problem is it looks like exactly like what it is.
Best line in that movie.
That's a great movie.
Dan Van Dyke asking if we ever stream Omaha games. We do occasionally. The problem with the Omaha games and the streams, it's a lot of moving parts. It's really like each player getting dealt 4 cards is a lot of data.
Hold the 2 and the 3. Straddle in the 1 or the button roll. You need to adjust that button.
Are we good? Can we go now?
Yeah, you're good. Sir.
That pump, yeah, already.
So everyone literally folded to the straddle in the 1.
My royal.
Walk off over. Ooh. You got everything?
I don't know why the button said that.
I don't want to.
Sorry, I dropped my mic. The problem with Omaha, there's a lot of data with 4 cards and a lot of moving parts. It's really hard to keep all the cards accurate all the time. There's a lot of information moving around on the screen really fast. It's hard to follow what's going on. We do them sometimes. We might get back into them at a later date, but we don't have any scheduled right now.
Raise to 20 for the
Shit.
three.
He's telling you that right now.
What's the sit up?
He said, barely do 3 sets. That's what you want. That's what you want.
Come on, he's got to be
Call
able to
four.
do 1 3.
Fold 6 and 7.
How many? 30?
No, I just crunch the water.
Fold 9. You got the money too?
Yeah, the mahi.
And a fold and a 2.
Oh, cornhole on ESPN for sure.
The mahi mahi.
Oh, not the money.
What is that from?
Where do you find those odds?
Oh, there it is.
I got the first seed.
House bunny.
Oh, which
Let's get the mahi. Mahi.
Twitch chat. I can't say that name in the chat. It says, can people get up to smoke? Yeah, sure, man. It's a cash game. Get up, go do whatever you want. As long as you're not gone too long, otherwise we'll pick up your chips. Marshall picking up pocket aces. Jared with the open ender. These two have played a couple hands together. They're not afraid to move some chips around. I thought Jared was going to come in for the raise there. See, Parsley says, I don't want to know where to find those odds. You're probably right. Nick from Yuma, I think NBA is supposed to come back at the end of the month, right? The end of this month? End of next month? I saw it, and then I forgot. It's a great spot for Jarrett to lead out. It looks like he called with a 10, and then the 10s pair on the turn. And if he gets called, he still has a ton of equity. Not a ton of equity. He's got 18%. He still has some equity. He has a mild amount of equity if he gets called here. Marshall not going for it, though. A little bit more than a min click. Looks like he takes it from 50 to 125. Jarrett makes the call. I think Marshall probably kept it cheap enough for him. He decided to go ahead and make the call. Wow, does not get there. Aces and 10s with a 9, the best hand. There's 400 in the middle. Marshall looking like he wants to get his last 230-ish. Oh, no, he checks it. Checks it over to Jarrett. Jarrett's been aggressive the whole hand. Nick says July 31st. Yeah, I think that's what I saw, too. That sounds right. These two trying to play some pots. It's always these two. Back and forth all night. I like it. I like when there's like little rivalries at the table, especially on the stream. It makes it fun to watch.
For the 10. The 10.
I think Marshall's going to make the call. What do you guys think? There's 554 in the middle. I don't know, man. It's tough because your opponent shows up here with a 10 so many times. Show up with 6s full. He played the turn like he was trying to get some value. Doing dabs 420. That's a pretty good point. Masks are good for covering live tells like facial tics and pulsating neck. Yeah, I get it. Oh, 3 European soccer leagues are running. That's right. I knew that also. Nick from Yuma likes the bet sizing here. Yeah, I do too. It, I mean, basically committing his whole stack.
Will you show me one?
So I think in this spot, it's a spot where you really have to do some quick math. You know, if he calls, there's going to be 700 in the pot.
Good, man. I'll find out what you have.
Wow, Jared gets one through, picks up a big one. Yeah, he folds. Definitely folds.
Small, then big front, and Brent's back there.
I thought he was going to call, though. You know, my experience in low-stakes poker is players have a really, really hard time folding aces. It doesn't matter what the run-out is. You know? There could be 4 to a suit and a straight draw on the board, and I see players call with aces, and 3 players in the pot, and I see players call with aces all the time.
Action's going to begin on seat 7. I doubt you. I saw you were coming back. 7 called. But then you started walking through the trash can. I'm like, you better come
There's
back.
no
I dealt you in.
king here.
Hold it. Raise 15 from the 9. Yes. Call 1. Hold 2. Call 3. Hold 4. Hold 6. Call 7. 4 pairs. 7 to 9.
Did you show last time? We didn't see.
Check 7. 50 from the 9. Raise.
Brett flops a big one here, top 2 with Jack 10 suited. Put in a big raise, makes it 125 to go. He says, come and get it, boys. Troy going to be able to get away from top pair here. Troy didn't have a whole lot behind. I'm not sure his chip count is right. It says 305. Looks like less. Looks like more like, I guess it's close. Looks like more like 260, 280-ish. Scotty Can, the buy-in, this game, 100 to 500 max.
Fold 9.
Nice hand, man.
Thank you, sir. Lucky for us. He's trying to run me. Supposed to train with more. She said she's got me a C4.
Oh, wow. That's a good bribe. Raise to 10 from seat 8. Call seat 9. Fold in the 2. Call in the 3. Fold 4. Call 6. Fold 7.
Ricky in the Facebook chat with a good point, referring to that hand where Marshall folded aces. I think at that point you kind of got to suck it up and just run the math, man. To be honest with you, got to figure out how many combos he has that have 10s, and figure out how many other combos he could have that you could beat. He's going to show up there with the open enders sometimes, like he had. He's going to have Queen Jack. He's going to have 7-8. You know, even some hands like Jack 8s.
Fold 6. Fold 7. Fold 8. Heads up.
He was getting a really good price there on the river. There's not a whole lot of 10x combo hands he could have. And he blocks all of the he blocks like half the ace 10 combos he could have, you know. So it's really hard for him to have ace 10. Pretty much gives him king 10, queen 10, jack 10. Pocket 9s, pocket 6s.
Just one. Or 2 green. No, one black and 2 green.
Start on the button.
Barblade, I can't tell if you're kidding or not. It says people hold Jack 8 suited all the time. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not. I see it all the time. Maybe that's the North Florida special hand.
Oh, wow. I saw that comment.
I got about 8 of them.
But yeah, like I said, he's going to have a lot of combos of open-enders there. Not a lot of combos with 10s in them.
Definitely saw that comment.
Yeah, obviously he just said something else
100%
too.
saw that comment. He was like,
I looked him up,
Yeah, I agree. People show up with Jack 8 suited there a lot. People love that hand.
he must have,
I don't know about snap call, Ricky, in the Facebook chat. I'd probably tank a minute or two also.
I meant to tell you about that. Call 7 and 8, fold 9. And he was like, every time I see that guy, he's in Under Armour shirt.
But he was getting a good price. There was $550 in the middle, and it was $150 for him to call. I know he only has like $275 there, but you don't have to put your whole stack in there. You can just call the $150. I know it's a big portion of your stack, and people are going to say, well, if you put that much in, you should just rip it. But you don't have to. You can just call the $150.
oh yeah, well,
I'll take the odds on it.
yeah, we'll definitely do push.
Dan Van Dyke says, apparently you don't have a rule about chips going forward. No, we don't. We don't have a forward motion rule in our room. To be honest with you, that rule is a bit antiquated, and it causes a lot more problems than it solves. We have a couple other rules in place in our room to determine whether or not an action is binding, but forward motion is not one of them. Like I said, that rule is pretty antiquated, and it causes a lot of problems. It's the same thing with the line. A lot of players think the line plays, right there in the center of the table. That's a really old, outdated rule that doesn't apply much anymore. Ricky, yeah, that sounds right, man. I thought I saw your name on the list, and then, no call, no show. I get it, though. The masks are tough, man. They are annoying. They're not fun to wear. We have to work in them all day. They're tough. GOK says 150 to win 550. I know, man. That's what I'm saying. And you can take most of the ace-10 combos out of his range because you have aces in your hand. I'm not saying his fold was right. I'm not saying it's wrong, but I do like having open discussions. Kevin Thiel says going past the line helps the dealers out. I mean, maybe if the dealer's looking directly at the player, the dealer has to babysit 9 players from the box, Kurt Russell says, are masks still required? They are. Masks are mandatory as of now. I don't know when we're going to get away from them. It might be a while, but for the time being, masks are definitely mandatory.
Clock.
Okay.
Yeah, he's going to I don't want to hold the game up crazy.
Looks like we got a clock call here. Brent calling the clock on himself. Holding 2 pair, facing a mystery hand from Jordan.
He's a tight player. He could have ace, queen at any point. I'm not trying to steal it. I respect your game.
And it looks like,
Jordan had kings.
wow, Jordan's mystery hand was pocket kings. It looks like Brent made the call with aces and 7s.
$500 more.
He had 2 hearts and spades. He said hearts and spades. He said hearts and spades.
I'm not sure what just happened there. I thought Jordan won the hand, but it looked like Brent picked up the pot. I'm not sure what happened. You know what I actually think happened? I think one of Jordan's kings. I think one of Jordan's kings actually got pitched over Brent's reader. So I don't think Brent actually had king 7. I think Brent might have had ace 7 or pocket 7s. I think is actually what happened. Because I heard Jordan say he had the king of hearts. So I think what happened is when the dealer pitched the king of hearts, I think the reader in seat 1 picked it up as Brent's card. but it was actually seat two's card. Pretty sure that's what happened, but I'm not positive.
Yes, sir. Call and then one.
You guys asking about C1? He was just eating. He's got his mask on now. I think they said something to him, made him put it on.
Check and then one and then the 6. 25 from the 1. Call 4. Fold 6.
Look at Jared making a straight here with 9-10 suited. This guy can't miss. He's on fire. Turns the flush draw and the open ender. Gets there on the river. This guy can't miss tonight. Barblade in the chat. Yeah, this stream's on a 15-minute delay.
I knew you missed hearts. You got lucky with him. I knew you missed hearts. I agree. Nice work. Bad thing about it, if you hit the heart, I'll double up. You're dead to that card. You're dead to that card. That's insane. Get the heart out.
It's gotta be a 5.
Face should soar a little bit. Jesus Christ, give him a heart.
All right, guys, if you're just tuning in, we're watching 2-2 Nolan and Hold'em Deep Stack Cash. On a 15-minute delay out of Best Bet Jacksonville. My name's Dustin Shacklock. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for spending your Wednesday night with us. It's fun. We got a good game so far. After this first hand, after Elise's first hand back in the box, I'll drop the stats for you. Looks like we got some big winners and some big losers so far in the game. We've already lost one player. Got a new one. We're about 50 hands in to our Wednesday night cash game.
Six aces of 15. 7
Ray picking up king, queen suited in the hijack. Bumps it up and gets no callers, no action. We don't see too many hands get through like that in this game.
22.
Can't win that argument anyway.
See, Parsley, I'm not super sure about what you're saying in the chat. I can't read it. It doesn't really make any sense. I don't know what. If you clarify, we'll figure it out for you. We'll get you an answer. Chris Martin, yeah, we'll do it after this hand. I know I said that last hand, but it happened so fast. See, Parsley, I'm watching this on the delay with you. I'm watching a 15-minute delay. Everything that I'm watching with you happened 15 minutes ago. I'm live with you in real time at 9:20 Eastern Standard Time. I'm watching it on a 15-minute delay as well. That'd be weird if I was watching it live, but being able to talk to you in real time. Anthony Thomas in the Facebook chat asking if there's a list for the game. There is. It's not as deep as it was, but there is currently a list. Here we go. Wins and losses so far. 53 hands in to our 2-2 no limit Hold'em deep stack cash game. Jarrett up the most. I don't think that surprises anyone. He hasn't missed a hand all night. He's up over 1,200. Jordan stuck a little bit. Jordan stuck 460. Justin right behind him stuck 440. That's after Justin paid off that big hand with 2 kings as soon as Ray sat down. Now Jordan picking up mixed aces in the small blind in the straddle pot. This will help him get even if they hold up. As you guys probably know, the more players see the flop. Ooh, that's the worst. Try to get tricky, limp under the gun. Everyone checks behind or limps. That's the worst. Up 1,200, solid for a 2-2 no-limit Hold'em game, right? C Parsley saying some streams call it live and then broadcast a delay. So. Yeah, that's like a little bit of a security thing as far as the live hands and stuff go. We want as little presence as possible around, like, the hole cards. So it's much more secure to have the commentator watch on the 15-minute delay. You guys, that way they don't know what the person has in their hand. Obviously, we all know why. There was the incident at Stone's Casino, but if I was to watch it in real time, I would know what the players had. Instead, I watch it on the you guys. It's just an extra security precaution that we take. So that's why the commentator watches it on the delay.
Ain't no high hand up there, so ain't nothing to be excited about that craziness.
Huh? I know. Where the chips at? Where the chips at?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. 4 balls, 6 balls, 7 balls. 9 is a black ball. 4 cards. One time.
You said
125. Okay. Nine balls, 1 2 is 15, 3. Dead. See 9 That's all I was Alright, so
Type in Austin Tuttle to send me a friend request.
I'll tell him right now.
Yeah, thank you.
no, don't.
No, guys, I'm here. I'm back. I just had to take care of something real quick, but I'm back in the game.
Let's spot him like 20.
2 to
I
1.
feel like you could,
Exactly.
Well, he's giving 2 to 1 on his money.
and he'll spot him.
Big one there. Flop a set. Deuces right on the flop. Easy game, right? Thanks for hanging out with me in the chat, guys. You guys keep me from losing my mind in here by myself. Give me someone to talk to, someone to talk back and forth with. It's cool having my chat regs around for all the streams. What else are you going to do on Wednesday night? If you're like me, you've watched everything on Netflix and HBO. So it's cool to have some live poker, especially small stakes poker. It's cool to watch small stakes poker because it's the most played game. And it's what's actually happening in your local card room right now. Maybe not right this second because of the pandemic, but this is how small stakes players play. This is what they play, and this is how they play. So it's fun to watch. Kurt Russell in the chat asking what the game will be Saturday. We're not actually going to have a game on Saturday because we have a giant high hand promotion. We're going to need every dealer and every table in the room. We're giving away $2,000 every hour this Saturday from noon to midnight. So we won't be having a stream until next Wednesday. Next Wednesday, we're streaming 2-5, no limit, deep stacked cash. HH Trigger, for sure, that's how I feel. Still paying for HBO even though I've watched everything. I should just take a month off the subscription. Maybe 2. Barblade, for sure, good pattern learning. I'm telling you, like I said, man, this is how every small stakes 1-2 poker game plays in the country. Obviously, it's going to play a little bigger because they're a little deeper. They're on the stream. There's the button straddle. There's a few small elements, but as far as like the overall play, you're going to see this type of play at your local casino every single day in and day out. Sinistar 23, still no word on tourneys at Best Bet. It's something that we talk about often as far as the management goes. We just, we don't have a date yet. I'm sorry to say we don't have a definitive date. We're shooting for July. Like I said, last stream, we're hoping to be back early July in the next 30 days or so with the tournaments. But as of right now, we don't have a definite date. Hopefully I'll have more information for you guys on the radio show next Wednesday. Hopefully we'll know more. We have meetings 3 times a week, and we discuss it, and we just don't know when we're going to get them back. Dan Van Dyke says, how many tables we got there? We got 70 8-handed tables. Obviously not all 70 are going, but we have 70 poker tables with the capability of being 8-handed. It is a big room. It's a very big room. It used to be like an old home improvement store, like a big Lowe's, So imagine like a building the size of a Walmart. It's a big, big building, big room. Bob Robinson says the inability to critically think. Yep. A lot of multi-way pots. This is something we talk about a little bit on the stream too. In the higher stakes streams, like the 510 and the 510 25, 25 50, you don't see a lot of pots going 4 ways to the flop. Those guys know that the value of your hand just diminishes so much that when you start with a weaker hand going 5 ways, it's going to be garbage. So a lot of times in those bigger games, you just see like a lot of heads-up pots, maybe 3-way pots. While the smaller games, you see a ton of like 4-way flops, 5-way flops. You just see them all day long. That's recreational players, they drive, get up, leave their house, come drive to the poker room. They don't drive to not see flops, they want to play flops.
Thank you. I can do it.
Kevin Thiel for sure. We use about 40% of the building. Dan Van Dyke in the chat. It's a giant building. We've obviously built out the inside of it, but we don't use like about half the building.
Keep bouncing off your ear. 3 raises a 10. 4, 6 folds. 7 folds.
Marshall bumping it up with 2 red 8s here under the gun in the straddle pot. 7-8 suited, getting in there. 9-4 offsuit, getting in there. NRG Poker, what do we do with the other half of the building? We use it for like storage. We have like a workshop out there where they build build poker tables. They do a lot of our maintenance stuff. We have a ton of storage. If you've ever been here during a big poker event like a WPT or something, and we have like all those tables everywhere for the buffet and stuff like that, those all got to get stored somewhere. Got a bunch of extra chairs, all kind of extra poker tables.
Don't do that. I do it.
Is it a live stream? Not a live stream.
That was a training. Wasn't a training. Well,
Tons of room for expansion for sure.
that's fine.
That's the plan. One day, hopefully, hopefully one day.
That works. For your sins. Alright.
Get away from these prehistoric Florida gambling laws and hopefully one day be able to expand.
Free throw.
Bjorn hates them in the YouTube chat, says, how are these stacks deep? I mean, again right there is 1,500 in a 2-2 game. Dan Van Dyke says it's not a casino, just a poker room. Correct. Yeah, we're not a full casino. We're just a poker room. ADC newbie said, did casinos reopen? I think some of them did. I think I heard about half of the casinos in the country are back open. I think there's like almost 1,000 casinos nationwide. I think about like 480 of them are open, something like that, 450. Kevin Thiel says 5.5 hours to anything, any kind of casino. Yeah, for sure. I hear that a lot about people from North Carolina. A lot of people from North Carolina drive down here. You know, people that live in eastern North Carolina, just because I think it's almost the same distance to Cherokee. Chris Ward says dealer game on the live stream one night. Oh, they're not ready, buddy. They're not ready. The action tracker would just melt. It would just catch on fire. All the computers would just melt back here. NRG says from South Carolina and drive 3.5 hours down. Yeah, I hear that a lot. That's cool. We appreciate the patronage. Jerry Ellerby in the chat says, can you bet on dog racing? Absolutely. We have live dog racing at our sister property in Orange Park, Florida. And then here we have simulcast every day. Not every day. We have simulcast races from all over the country, but we simulcast our own a couple times a week.
Thank you. Thank you. Three races of 15. 6 balls. 7 balls. 3 balls. 6 balls. 7 balls. 3 balls 30. 6 and 7. Thank you. Straddle the buttons. Action 7. 7 goes 8 balls.
Austin Tuttle over there. Is that somebody?
It might be. It might be.
Well, autograph this shirt and send it to Austin Tuttle. Likes my Under Armour shirt so much.
14.
I think I straddled.
Oh, you did shuttle. That's right. My bad.
Well, I get one back.
Sorry.
Be honest, and I get screwed. Man, that's not right.
Sorry, my bad.
First counter? Hey,
Yes. A good one. Nice.
that's life, man. No good.
Yeah,
It's not
exactly.
punished.
Asshole wins $700, $800 when he buys a shot. Shit.
What's up with that? He wouldn't even take one. I think he was only 19 though.
I don't know. He said 22. That joker didn't know 22.
You know what it was?
As long as it was
When he bought it,
get
he
in the
sat there
bar.
for a round and said, all right, I'm out of here. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So shuttle B, natural.
Yeah, he
No.
started talking about getting IDs and stuff. He got out of here. It was real weird. It was real weird.
I ain't taking it.
Need some ID, Mr. Papa Giorgio.
Yeah. That's a good movie now. That's good. See, you're not wearing your corrective eyewear. I do not require them. I'm first, right? Yep. Okay. I see the buttons in the middle. Check out turn.
One little lady sitting at the table with him. Yeah. Somebody should go over there and tell her to be quiet. Just her.
Oh, is there one?
No,
One old lady just hanging out there.
Oh, it's like, she has a very manly voice if I saw her.
Then you have some.
Three folds. Eight raises, it's fine. One touch, two touch, eight touch.
All right, guys, jumping back in here. Got a big one. How's everyone have clubs this hand? Queen 7 in the lead here. Queen 7 gets the check mark. Looks like Justin. Quick calls with Ace King. Eric Steven Ridgway in the chat says, still don't understand how Best Bet allows button straddles at this game. We do it on the live stream table. We always allow them on the live stream table. We don't allow them out in the rest of the room, but we do it on the live stream table. If you want to straddle the button, get on the list. Come play on the live stream. Derek Stancil on YouTube says, how do you get into this game? Check out the live stream schedule. If there's a game you want to play, just let us know, and we'll get you on the schedule. Get you in the game. C. Parsley asking about the Florida gaming laws. That's a big can of worms, man. We're not going to get into that here on the live stream. I have answers for you. It's just
Well, yeah, so like I
Yeah, we're not getting. It's a big can of worms. We're not going to get into it here on the live stream. Sorry.
I'll have to go back and look at that. I didn't get a chance to look at it because I was keeping track of the action. Here's a straddle on the button.
AJ Trigger, yeah, you got that's kind of the gist of it. That's a lot of it. Obviously, it's not all of it, but that's a lot of it. Derek Stancil, what's the buy-in for this game? 500. 5 max, 100 min. Yeah, it looks like Jared racked up his 1,500, hit the rail, got a seat open. I think we got about, I don't know, we got a couple more on the list. We'll fill that seat here soon enough. Seat open, I'm sure we got a new player on the way. Button straddle this hand. 4 to go. Action starts with Marshall. They're in the small blind. Looks like he.
Fold 6. Fold 7 and 8. Fold 9, fold 1.
Diabs has been itching for some poker streams. Yeah, man. Happy to be here. Happy to be back. Happy to be live. Like I said earlier, I've watched everything on Netflix, on Amazon, and HBO. It's good to have some live poker. I don't even think we might be the only place. Oh, Texas Card House, I think, is streaming. Us and the Card House are streaming. I don't even think Live at the Bike is streaming. There's nothing new on Poker Go. Looks like Jack 9 offsuit in the lead here for Jordan. Wow, 10-8 catches up. 10s and 8s with a king. Marshall gets the check mark. Jordan going to pay him off here? Jordan was leading the whole way. Bike isn't streaming yet. Their opening date got pushed back. Huh. I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, they have been. They have been killing you on us. They've been getting you. They've been getting you.
C. Parsley asking about betting laws. Yeah, I mean, they govern everything, obviously. What I was kind of referring to earlier was more about, like, expansion and the type of games we can run. They don't interfere so much with, like game-specific buy-ins and game play, stuff like that. They do a little bit, but not, not egregiously. But they do heavily regulate the type of games we can spread, that kind of thing. Yogi282 in the Twitch chat. If you want to get in one of the games, man, just scroll down, check out the schedule. If there's a game you want to play, shoot an email to that email address. Down there by the schedule. All right, 3 ways to the flop. Wow, big flop for Trey. Top pair and an open ender. The other 2 players going to need a lot of help. Top pair and an open ender is pretty strong. Trey leads out with it, bets 20 into 38. C. Parsley says Minnesota, you can only play spread limit. Sure, yeah. It's like that in a couple of places. It's like that in Colorado also, I think. I didn't know that Minnesota was still like that. I thought you could play no limit in Minnesota. Is big limit hold'em still a big thing up there? Like, 30-60 limit hold'em, stuff like that. Wow, what a turn card. Trey gets there, makes the 10 high straight. But that gives Marshall the nut flush draw. Ty Yob says Washington spread limit also. I didn't know that about Washington. I knew they had poker, but I didn't know it was spread limit.
Actually, we take a turn. So he bought the last round. You just sat down. So it's your turn. We're working on
200 was verbalized.
Trey bets 62 here with a main hand.
I'll tell you
Marshall blasting it here with the nut flush draw. This is a tough spot for Trey. I think this hand would play better as a check call. Obviously, your hand's way too strong to fold. You can never fold, but leading out of position just puts you in a really bad spot here. You know, what do you do when you get raised? Do you fold the straight, you know? I think this spot plays way better as a check call. Try to get to a cheap river on a scary board. There's a higher straight out there. The flush got there. Now you're getting 3-bet. If you call here, you don't have that many chips. You have to play the river out of position. I think leading out here just puts you in a weird spot. I think a check is fine here. A check call. Poker Gods wants to buy a beer for Marshall. I wish we could. I wish you could just like Venmo the cocktail waitress, right? That'd be cool. I think Trey put himself in a tough spot there leading out when that 10 of spades comes on the river. That's a card he thought he wanted until it put him in a weird spot. 40-80 is a big game in Minnesota. That's a big game anywhere. 40-80 limit hold'em, big game. Does that go often? Does that game like go daily, or does it go weekly, or what? That's a big game.
I was 18. I called that one because I was 17. You were bet on that? I was 17. You were bet that I was 18? At the beginning, if you weren't here, they like.
Josh Douglas says estimate percentage of regs I have seen return. Do you mean like to the roam since the virus? Is that what you're asking me? Since quarantine?
Wait, I'll bet that. Yeah. Because
So
Casinos are opening on the 29th to the general public. That's in like, what, like 10 days, a week and a half?
the reason I say is can
Derek Statzel, yeah, best bet's pretty nice, man, compared to some of the other card rooms in the state. We've got a pretty nice room, for sure.
Can the deciding factor be him putting my name on the list and telling me I was 18?
Way to go, Marshall. Send him a beer and some sushi, for sure.
I got here Saturday and I was like 17, and he said he was 18. And I guarantee you there was people coming in.
What happened to Jarrett? Jarrett racked him up, man. Booked a big win.
I was fine here Saturday.
Took him home.
When was the 5, 10, 25 game? Okay, so you're right. You're 100% correct. So I hit him up Saturday.
All right, you're around.
Looks like we got some cocktails flowing. Table's loosening up. Game's loosening up. I mean, it's hard to get much looser than it started out at. It started out with 3 players, 45% VPIP. It's been a pretty fun game. Let's take a look at the stats so far. We're 72 hands in. Ray S., big winner so far, up 432. Obviously, Jarrett was the big winner, but he racked him up, took him home. Justin stuck 528. And we're back in the action, 2-2. No limit hold'em, deep stack cash on a 15-minute delay. How to best bet Jacksonville. Chris picking up Big Slick. I think this is his first hand, right? Just sat down, picks up Big Slick. Makes it 20 to go. He might have played one before this. Ty, what's the rake light? It's 5 max at 40 is the rake.
Where's he at? Is he here?
Jordan Ross in the chat. This is best bet Jacksonville, Florida. Josh Douglas, yeah. If you would have asked me during quarantine if I thought that we were going to be busy when we came back, I would have said no. I would have said probably not. And then when we came back, we were slammed. We were really busy. And then it's died down a little bit, but we're still pretty busy. I would say the majority of our regs are back, you know, a lot of them. Every once in a while, there's somebody that I think of that I go, oh, you know, like I haven't seen so-and-so in a while. I guess they're laying low, sweating out this pandemic or whatever. But for the most part, I think most of our everyday players have made a return to the room.
I want a whole fucking 3 fucking kegs. Jesus Christ. Why can't I put the Royal out there?
Daniel says, can you leave whenever if you're on the stream table? Sure, man. It's just a regular cash game, you know. It's just a live streamed cash game, so you can come and go as you please. You can rack up your chips and go home whenever you want.
I just need a whiff and I'm like,
And then we usually have a list for this game, so we'll just fill your seat. We'll just call the next player on the list.
Where are we else are we back here? Cocktails!
Yeah, that one was a nasty one. Flush over the boat on the river. Nasty river. Cool, man. Thanks for following us on Instagram. That's awesome. Ari in the Twitch chat asking if we're still 6 max. No, we went 8 max over the weekend, so we're 8-handed until further notice. I think we might be 8-handed for a little while, but you know, we're 8-handed for now. Hopefully we get back to 9 soon.
When I signed in, listen, just happy to be in y'all's orbit right now. All right, whatever they want.
most expensive shot we have. I gotta get my money back.
Remember, you have next round.
Oh crap! You're 2 rounds behind. You just won $200 pot.
No, I did not.
I don't know if I will. What do y'all want? What do you want? What do you take?
I'll do, what's the best
AJ Trigger asking about the Florida games. Yeah, they're still 4-handed. 400 plus a DP.
You have Crown?
This is, I want a shot of Crown Apple Shield, please.
2 of them? What do y'all want?
Win limit.
That sounds expensive.
Win limit.
Are you old enough to drink?
So that guy just left. He was there.
He was a young man. He lied about being his age and said 22.
Yeah,
So you know there's something up with that.
Wait, he wasn't of age?
We don't think so.
Okay, so when checking the two, kind of came to
Where I saw him playing skee-ball.
This guy just went double Belvedere and Red Bull.
check 8.
Oh, man.
Whatever he's drinking.
Crown Apple Shield.
Don't. Hey, make his a double and make mine a double.
Yeah.
Thanks for tuning in, guys. Thanks for hanging out. We are going to give away some Best Bet swag here on the stream. We'll probably do it in an hour. We'll say 11 o'clock. We'll give away some Best Bet swag. We'll do a hat and a T-shirt on both Facebook and Twitch.
Thank you, sir.
Don't yell at me. Don't raise your voice.
So we're allowed to straddle.
Yes. Not on the button.
Can we do bomb pots now that the old lady's gone?
I don't think those are outlawed.
Yeah.
What if we just call it a different thing, like we're gonna Starbucks at the center or something?
Actually,
No, that's you know that used to be
Bomb pots are
back in
done,
the
right?
days
No more
of,
bomb pots.
before this room was open.
Is that correct?
We would always
No more bomb pots, right?
Daniel on YouTube says Brent took a beating. Yeah, I don't think his stack's accurate. I just had the dealers update it. He's got a little more than what it says he does.
Raise 15 from
He lost that big one when he turned the flush, ran into the river boat.
the on the 8.
Lost probably 200 that hand.
All in the 1. 3 players in.
Bob Seals in the Facebook chat. What's up, my man? You know, we touched on it a little bit earlier. Wow, look at Brent just flopping a boat here on the button in the straddle pot. 50 in the middle, just flops 3s full. Bob, hopefully in July, man. No, nothing's for sure. We talk about it. We have meetings every week, talk about it. Really hoping to get him back in July. Poker Gods wants triple X. You might want to go with a hat. Throw in the Best Bet mask. That's not a bad idea. Kevin, yeah, we're not going to do bomb pots tonight. Ari says he's going to make his return this weekend. Is the bar still open? Hell yeah, the bar's open, man. Come get your drink. Yeah, we definitely got some medium shirts. I don't know about triple X. That I don't know, man. You might want to get a hat if you win the giveaway.
Who else is gonna order for you? No bomb pods. Alright, start on the button. Did you just get a Starbucks?
2-2, no limit hold'em. Deep stack cash. My name's Dustin Shacklock. I'm happy to be here. Happy to be back at work. Happy to be watching live poker on a Wednesday night with you fine folk. You guys have been hanging out since the radio show. You guys are the real MVP. That's awesome. Poker Gods wants a mask. I don't know, man. The masks, they look cool, but they fit a little tighter than you would think. I don't even have that big of a head, and I don't wear mine. It's too tight.
He'll buy it for you. Calls my raise with 6-3 off.
Calling with 6-3 offsuit and flopping a boat. How about that?
Straddle. That was on the button.
Oh, okay, you're good.
Another caller.
After the flop, I like to play.
Post flop, A plus. I don't know what action begins. Oh yeah. It's a $4 straddle. It is. Make it fun.
AJ Trigger says the best bet dealers roll up with the face shields and they look like chemists. Yeah, that's pretty funny. It's pretty good.
I don't. What's the deal with the boxes? Do they have to stay there permanently? You know my cards. You do, don't you?
Yeah.
You 100% know my cards.
My randomness in the Twitch chat. What's up? Thanks for joining us. Thanks for tuning in, hanging out. Let us know where you're playing, guys. Let us know what's open and what's not. I was thinking about going to the Gulf Coast soon. Does anybody in the stream live on the Gulf Coast? What's that look like? What's the action like there right now? I've heard mixed things. Somebody said that they were like 9-handed with masks, and then somebody else told me they were 6-handed with barriers. So I don't know. Thinking about going, though. I like the Gulf Coast. I like the Beau Rivage. Pacific Northwest open, but no poker. Yeah, I've heard a lot of that, actually. A lot of casinos opening back up, but not reopening their poker rooms. Look, if you guys don't already know, poker is like the redheaded stepchild of any casino. You know, poker's always going to be the last thing to open back up. They're going to open slot machines. They're going to open blackjack. They're going to open just about every other game in the house before they open up poker.
In the comments, Facebook, on the stream,
Twitch or wherever it is. It's not on the button.
That's just the way it is.
Why isn't Austin Tuttle here? That's what we're trying. Gold sets.
We'll make it 9-handed for you. We got a spot right here, buddy.
yeah, but he's got to get out of small space.
AJ Trigger says Biloxi casino treatment varies widely. Huh. Six-handed with masks and barriers at Tampa. Does anybody feel like that's overkill, or am I just downplaying it a little bit? Six-handed with a mask and a barrier seems like a lot. The barriers, to me, just in general, seem like overkill. Like, what are you going to do? Like, spit on your neighbor? Like, if you have a mask, how much extra protection do you get from the barrier if you're all reaching underneath it to touch the same chips? That's just my prerogative. You guys feel free to drop your opinions, but the barriers seem like overkill, in my opinion.
I'm so nervous now. Thanks, Chris.
Oh, 7-handed with masks and no barriers at the tracks. Cool, that's kind of what we're running here. You know, we're going 8-handed, masks, no barriers.
So 8 called the straddle, and then now I made it 25.
Oh, my randomness, yeah, that's a good point. I get that it's more like for show a little bit. C. Parsley says, replace the dealer button with a bottle of hand sanitizer. I've seen that. I saw that on the internet.
Who's commentating this back there?
Calling the 8.
Who's commentating?
Kevin Thiel, 5 dealers at the Golden Nugget tested positive for COVID this week. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, that's a bummer. Most people are just trying to go to work, make a living, you know. They've been out of work for so long, finally get back to work, catch corona. That sucks.
If I want to add chips on, what's the
Ari says the barriers look stupid and didn't solve anything. That's kind of how I feel about them, too.
I will in a second. Depends on who you ask. Are you serious about that, too? So I have 69. I need it. I'm going to be at 500. I'm adding 31. I guess I could have asked you how much I had in front of me. You'd have probably told me.
There's somebody who's between Marshall and Chris. There's a 5-chip.
What?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't figure it out. Just trying to flip it. Rewind the video.
No, let's give it to the server for the tab. Very good. For the tip, I mean.
Is that straddle?
Yes, straddle on the button. 8's first up. 8 folds.
Back to what I was saying about bomb pots. We need to have a code word.
Fold 9, raise the
outside?
fold 3.
Well, we have to have a different one than Starbucks, so it's got to be like
Fold 4.
a hail or something.
You say you trying to set us waiting for my fold?
No.
Got one rolled up.
I thought we were talking about bomb pots.
What do you think they do if we all get up from the table? Just go 15-minute break.
Probably like a little mini intermission.
It'll say like you're trying to find
They probably break the table.
9 more players will come.
Yeah, we get.
Derek says we'll get the barriers at the Maryland casinos, and they'll be 7-handed. The germaphobes might come out. Yeah, that's a good point. As long as you're wearing a mask and staying sanitized, you're good. I mean, I kind of agree. I'm not an expert. I'm not a doctor. I'm also in my 30s, and I think I'm relatively healthy, so I'm not, you know, in the high risk category. But yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it too.
9 fold. Or no, 9
But I understand all sides of it. You know, some people have sick family members at home. Some people, you know, whatever. You don't know everyone's story. So I get it. I see all sides of it.
7 fold.
If you're doing temperature checks, then why the need for the barriers? I mean, I guess for asymptomatic people, you know, I hear that's a big thing. Allegedly, the asymptomatic people. Scotty Ken, is there still Greyhound racing? There is. We run them live at our sister property in Orange Park, Florida, and we simulcast them here in Jacksonville, along with a bunch of other races from around the country. We simulcast. So you can wager on races all over the country. Suicide wants to know if Freebird and Jack's Beach is open. Freebird actually closed down a couple years ago. They, it's like some kind of bar out there now. It's not the live music venue that it used to be. I had some good times in that place, though. I know Freebird pretty well.
I remember going home that night.
Yeah, Freebird's been closed down for a couple years. Yeah.
I'm going to tell Brett next time I see him. Throttle on the button and then 5.
Yeah, I think the barriers are a little overkill, but like I said, if it makes people feel more comfortable and it gets more people to come out and play live poker, then I'm all about it. I think it also, you know, if anybody's played with them, let me know, but I think it could really detriment the social aspect of the game, which is a big part of it. You know, you don't want it to be like super robotic. If that's the case, just stay home and play online.
Is that on there?
Double. It will be. So the 1 to 2 of the banner.
Gambling Robert, thank you very much. Thanks for tuning in and hanging out. Happy to be back. Happy to be live. Ari Kamina in the Twitch chat said he got lots of cuts from the plexiglass barrier being new and not sharp. What? Well, that doesn't sound cool. Yogi282, cool. If you don't get a response, so the next game isn't up yet. It's not scheduled. So if you don't get a response, check back when the schedule comes out and email again. That's not my email address. Otherwise, I'd send you a response. But if you don't get one, it's it's because we don't have the stream scheduled yet. So as soon as you see the schedule drop, then send another email. I want to make sure you can get in a game. We'll probably schedule a couple of them for next month, but, you know, just to make sure you get in a game. If you don't get a response, double check when that schedule comes out. Louis and Stephanie Panko said, why are they wearing masks? That can't be a real question, right?
I mean, it's to prevent, you know. It's, I mean,
Hard to see the difference between spades and clubs.
it's like an etiquette thing, you know.
That went out the window.
You're the first person to always say that. Isn't online poker rigged? Man, I hope not. That would explain a lot, though.
I was like the last one. Like, I was actually 16.
It's not illegal, but it's frowned upon.
Dan Van Dyke, there you go. They're wearing masks because they're all very ugly. Four colored decks anytime soon? Yeah, right. Three players to the flop. This hand, pocket fives, pocket sevens, and 9-7 suited.
Oh, you didn't even get yours.
Pocket sevens in the lead here. 75% of the equity three ways on the flop is pretty good. Trey leads out for 60 into 66. Easy game. Gets two folds. Just fire a pot-sized bet one time.
There we go.
Poker Cod says these guys getting turned. Yeah, it's Wednesday, though. It's not Tuesday. Getting turned on a Tuesday would be, yeah, look at him. Look at him go. Getting after it. Getting wild on a Wednesday.
I wish you'd have done it before I started drinking. Wow.
I told you guys, this is this game's always good. It's always fun, and now they're taking shots, getting loose. Let's push some pots around.
You know what? They didn't even. Did you see George the other night? Yeah. Did you see George the whole night was like this?
Shots, that's right.
The entire night.
Getting weird on a Wednesday. Let's do it. It's still early, too. It's only 10 o'clock. We got 4 more hours till last call. These dudes got to think about playing the long game, you know? Can't hit it too hard, too early.
Put that on the screen.
400, I'm sorry. Maybe 4?
Maybe 4.
Raised to 50.
Yeah, 400.
In the 8 seat.
Oh my God. You maybe, like, literally, that liquor burns, but when it's in your nose where you start to laugh, that's the
That's not
worst.
even liquor. It's like 32% alcohol. What'd you get? Double crown.
I got to laugh when you
All right, heads up to the flop. Jordan getting a piece of it. Bottom pair, 6-5 offsuit on the button in the straddle pot. 127 in the middle already. Neither player with a club. 4 clubs on the board. Jordan with a pair and a gut shot. Going to get after it after being checked to. That's kind of a weird spot. It's definitely super polarized. Like, if he has a big flush draw, it's weird for him to check it on the flop. You know, unless he has, like, I don't know, that's a weird check with a flush draw on the flop and then bet it on the turn. That's always kind of how I look at that spot when I'm out of position. And then somebody leads when the 4 flush comes in after they check the flop. You know, like, why? How do you check the flush draw on the flop? You know, everybody bets a flush draw in position right there. George Dickey, good one in the chat. It's a good one. Yeah, I think that line always looks kind of weird on like a 4 flush. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. I think that line looks kind of weird on a 4 flush board when the person checks in position when there's, you know, a monotone flop like that out there, and then they bet when the flush comes in. I always think it looks kind of weird. Like, why didn't you bet on the flop? It looks fishy, like they're trying to steal. After you check, you know, they think they have like a license to steal kind of deal. Let me know what you guys think. That's what always runs through my brain in that spot. Interested to hear what how you guys feel. Kevin Thiel, yeah, he also bet 200 into 127, which is also super polarized.
Do we take jackpot over here?
Those spots, we talked about them on the last stream with Eddie Marskoski when he was here. Like those spots where they overbet pot, it's always super nuts or super air. I guess the good thing about doing that, like overbetting in that spot, it's it's really expensive to make a mistake. If it is 50-50, if they're balanced and it's 50-50 bluffs and value hands, it's really expensive for you to be wrong. Sure. My randomness says it looks really trappy. For sure. That's why it's polarized, But it's never like a middle hand. I mean, maybe sometimes, but you hardly ever see somebody show up right there with like a 7 high flush. It's either the ace or nothing.
I had an ace flush too, so that's why I thought after I raised you to 200, I thought it was a bad move because how much do I have in front of me?
Yogi282 asking about tournaments. Probably, hopefully, July. We don't have anything set in stone, but we're really hoping we'll be back with tournaments in July. Part of the issue with the tournaments, we said on the last stream, is it's partly a staffing issue. We didn't get our full staff back after quarantine, Some people have like sick relatives. Some people have pre-existing health conditions. Some of our staff members are older. We just didn't get our full staff back yet. So we're not back to full staff. We're not back to full capacity with our staff, so we don't, we're just trying to accommodate the cash games right now. Once we get back and get full staff, we're trying to do some hiring. Once we get back fully staffed, we'll start running some tournaments again. Twitch Sousa says, is this live? It's on a 15-minute delay. I'm watching it on the delay with you, so everything you and I are watching together happened 15 minutes ago.
Were you playing the stream last week? Were you up here?
Yeah.
You were?
Yeah. It was 2-5, but yeah, I had the black one on.
Yeah.
45?
Ray tried to get there with a gutter ball one time. Gutter ball and 2 overs. Chris with the same thing, except a little bit worse. Neither one of them get there, but that does complete the open-ended straight draw. Somebody who's playing Queen Jack, it just got there. A lot of 2-pair combos get there. 6-7 gutter ball gets there. Nice bet by Ray. Oh, I'm sorry, nice bet by Chris. Gets the fold out of Ray.
We'll see in 15 minutes. I'll get a text message. Chris does
A lot of hands miss there. A lot of hands get there.
It was King Jack, but like
after he hit a full house on me.
Dan Van Dyke says favorite move is limp folding. See a lot of that at the low stakes 2-2, 1-2 games.
No, wait a minute. You started it.
I started by hitting the full house on you with the best hand. You called. Let's talk about what you called me with so far.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, when I was in a straddle for 10 more bucks.
There we go. This is when
For 10 more bucks in a straddle.
the in-game at-table analysis starts. After whiskey shot, in-game at-table analysis.
You won one of them.
Oh, it is.
The weekend at Bernie's look. That's pretty good.
Shit, you yell at me.
Will someone else yell?
Thank you.
Will you yell at me when I don't tip you? Will you at least tell me?
Jack 10 under the gun from Brent, making it 15 to go.
She's been here. It's been here.
Ray S calling the button with the ace 5 of diamonds. I think, maybe.
Played a pot over $400.
Looks like we got a graphics error. Looks like we might have missed that hand.
Yeah. So I bet
Brent takes it down either way. Button moves, and we're on to the next one. We're playing 2-2, no limit hold'em, deep stack cash.
I mean, there was 200 in the middle there, weren't it?
It's been a fun stream so far. They're getting primed and ready to go. Getting a little bit louder.
so the round that I just
Couple more empty glasses sitting around the table. Volume's going up. It's Wednesday night. Thanks for hanging out. George Dickey says that they all just get done fishing.
Like, it came over on a ship with Columbo.
I know, but
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know it was a theme party tonight, I guess. Yogi says, what's the buy-in for this game? It's 100 to 500 max.
Oh, is that what he's getting? So we're pausing?
AJ Trigger, if you're asking if I can turn it up, absolutely not. I don't want to hear what these guys are screaming about. I can turn it down. We're definitely not going to turn it up. I guess we're taking a group bathroom break. That's about the weirdest thing I've seen on the live stream table.
go at it. Just don't let us land.
That's a first. A group bathroom break, I guess. All right, cool. That's a new one. All right, we'll take a look at the stats while these guys are all going to the bathroom together. Wow, those changed pretty drastically. Look at Troy and Brent up $7 and $9. Meanwhile, Justin getting buried in the game. Stuck a little over 3 buy-ins. 300 bigs.
I don't know. Hey, Adonis, apparently I didn't move about his.
All right, there we go. That's the wins and losses. VPIP so far. Brent, no surprise there. Wow, 3 players over 40%. All 3 of them at 41% VPIP. Let's do it. Let's keep it juiced up. Wow, the player with the least percentage of VPIP is 29%. That's awesome. That's a great game. Still a little bit of a small sample size, though. We're not even to 100 hands yet. We're 88 hands in. Like I said earlier, you need a little bit bigger of a sample size. You probably need around 100 hands for these to be a little more accurate. But
I'll just take some from your stack.
I don't know what's happening. I guess we're taking a group restroom break.
But we're just getting low.
That's a new one.
Midnight. Probably midnight. What was it last week? There's action this
PFR, Justin raising the most hands pre-flop, raising 24% of his hands.
Wasn't there no action then? Yeah, so
That's pretty fun. That's pretty loose. And then I think he was
it was till midnight Saturday.
playing around 24% of them. His VPIP was around 24.
Justin's gonna be like, what just happened?
Yogi 282 asks, what's VPIP? That's voluntarily put in pot. It means how many hands you play. It's a number, how many hands you play divided by how many hands you're dealt. It's basically kind of a metric to measure how tight or how loose you are. Yeah, AJ Trigger's got it. Voluntarily put money into pot. It's kind of, like I said, a metric to measure tightness, looseness. Chip count so far, Ray S about 670. Brent's got 468. Justin's got to make some moves. Only got 125. The way this game's playing, that's like one pre-flop 3-bet, which happen often. Looks like we're starting to get some players back from our group restroom break. That's definitely a first. All right, let's get back to the game. Let's get back in the action.
Has anybody ordered shots yet? You got the next round, right?
When I win a $400 pot.
No, it's two.
By the way, you are really good at doing that. I do want to give you credit for that.
What?
You've instigated all of that shit. I love it, dude. Oh, absolutely, it's fun.
I break even.
No, it's good.
Enjoyed it all night.
It was funny. It was really it was really kind of weird, to be honest with you. Like the first 15 minutes, nobody said hardly anything.
What?
Yeah.
And,
I like the whole crew.
he did. He really
One
did.
folds. Two folds.
I think I really did scare him.
Six folds.
Half the class, I think I did.
7 raises attacks.
Nah, he was rocking that profit in.
That guy.
He was out of
Yeah.
there. He just played that one hand, so
I can't believe he bluffed you. He really bluffed you that one hand?
He did, yeah, man.
Damn it.
I was
That
really
really
amazed.
bothers me.
I did.
What'd you have there? You had second pair?
Aces.
I had aces, dude.
I probably would have pulled him there.
And I purposely,
I really thought he had a full house when I had a full house. I was just,
purposely re-raised him the same way I re-raised him on that other hand that he beat me with ace king. And it just didn't phase him. It was-
document my
I think it's because he was up so much more. He didn't really
Here's the third one.
document my another work.
You got the third shirt on.
Third Under Armour for the night.
3 players playing 36 of 88 hands. Yeah, pretty standard.
The last 2 times. So.
Is Uber running tonight? Yeah, for sure. These guys are going to need it. Definitely. Definitely. As you guys can all see, poker is alive and well here in Jacksonville, Florida.
Under the gun, I pass they have the first option. So.
Maybe these guys are just happy to be out of quarantine. Happy to get after it, have a couple shots, throw a couple back, play some cards, straddle some buttons. Jordan picking up ace king suited.
Yeah, but under the gun creates more action than button. Button always.
All right, fine. The mandatory button strap? Yeah, let's give it that. I'm giving all that.
Hey, look, you're 28th on the list. Don't come over here gallivanting around, Christopher.
Whose turn is it to buy shots? I feel like it's yours.
Jack Wright in the Twitch chat. Is this a tourney or a cash game? This is a cash game.
We'll go what?
Playing 2-2, no limit, hold'em, deep stack cash.
Just no 18, 16 liquors.
Oh, we got doubles. That's why it was so much.
Yeah. Just small shots.
Small shots.
I mean,
AKA regular shots.
King on the flop. Jordan takes it down. Easy game.
almost.
Easy game.
You don't know. Alright. Whose turn is it for real? I'm not buying the next round. I'll rock, paper, scissors with somebody, but I'm not buying the next one.
I think we just lose one, or you just didn't make it back from the bathroom yet?
Black, for who buys the next round.
Yeah, he's still in. All right, cool. We're still 8-handed. Cool. If you guys have any questions about the sanitization protocols here at Best Bet Jacksonville, or any of the mask requirements or anything like that, just drop them in the chat. I'd be happy to answer those.
You have red, yes.
You guys aren't quite comfortable coming back to the poker room just yet, that's okay too. We're not going anywhere. If you guys just don't want to wear a mask, that's cool, I get it. It's not the most fun thing.
He knows a red flop. That's bullcrap.
Damn, yeah, I had two.
Kevin Thiel, which is better, button straddle or UTG?
I had 2 different colors.
Man, that's a pretty good question.
We had 2 black cards. We had to raise here. Just go ahead. What does everybody want?
I think probably the button straddle, honestly, because I think the button is going to be more inclined to defend because they get to act last pre-flop. Like, when under the gun straddles, you really just see the players in late position open up a little more and try to steal that under the gun straddle. But when the button straddles, I think that the game tends to play a little wider because the button defends way wider because they know they get to act last on every street. So probably button straddle, I would think. I don't know. That's a good question. We don't run button straddle games out in the rest of the room that often, so we haven't seen it that much. Pretty much just on the stream and in the big games like the time rate games. What do you guys think? What do you guys think in the chat?
9 calls.
Just buy the next round.
I think probably the button straddle because the button tends to play a little looser. They feel obligated since they get to act last. But under the gun straddle, I think just gives it up a lot more often if they're facing like a late position raise because they know they have to play the whole hand out of position.
Y'all are missing shuttles.
We're not going to make it to 8. You guys
You check, right, Chris? Alright, so 4 checks, 6 bets,
got like wives and kids.
9 calls.
Tarek Bryant in the chat asking if under the gun button pre-flop. Sure, but like I said, then they have to play the rest of the hand out of position.
6 bets 30.
You're acting like she ordered the singles. You told her the singles.
I'm sweating. I don't ever wear sleeves.
Look at Ray S. picking up 3 queens. Flops top, and it only gets better from there. Yeah, Tarek, so under the gun is the last to act pre-flop for sure, but like I said, then they have to play the rest of the hand out of position. Poker God says Daytona is the best poker room around. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. Every time I go to Daytona, I'm the youngest person there by 40 years. Chris Parsley says Parks has taken out their poker tables and putting in slot machines. Ooh. Ooh. No good.
Can you tell me how much money I have in front of me? They asked for exact counts. I was going to refill the 500 if I had the ability.
All right, we're going 3 ways to the flop. King 10. Best hand pre-flop, best hand on the flop. King 10 suited. Somehow that flop gets checked through. 4s pair on the turn. George Dickey says Daytona poker room sucks. No comment.
Which chat is he in? Twitch or Facebook?
He's always on the YouTube.
Twitch or
Jack Wright says there isn't a delay on this feed.
something is so ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know. There is we're on a 15-minute delay. If they want to wear earbuds or airbuds and listen to music, man, that's cool. I don't care.
No.
I'm going to go put my sports bra on.
Yeah, usually if I'm going to go drive that far to go play down there in one of those rooms, I'll just drive the extra 20 minutes and go to Orange City, usually.
Find a sports bra and successfully get it in here.
Play with people my own age. Jack Wright, no, my commentary is I'm commentating over the delay also. I'm watching a 15-minute delay, commentating on it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to answer your questions in real time in relation to the game. I'm watching on a 15-minute delay also. So I'm live with you right now, current, in the current moment, 10:30 p.m. But we're watching a stream. We're watching the game that happened 15 minutes ago. We talked about it a little bit earlier. That's the best way to do it. It's the most secure way. It's best for the players, best for the game. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we just it's better. It's a more secure live stream if nobody has access to the current hands, if that makes sense. So commentators, anybody commentating in the booth, we all watch everything on a 15-minute delay. Nobody watches the game live.
This shirt, agreed. It's brand new. If you want it. It's like a crew neck.
Something that shows off my nipple.
Nick from Yuma, for sure. More like that scene in Groundhog's Day.
I will say this, like, if I lose 3,000 in this game, it's going to be a lot more fun to lose.
Kevin Thiel, needling for drive that far. Sure, you're right. It's only like an hour to Daytona. If I'm going to drive to Daytona, I'm just going to drive the extra 20 minutes. Go to Orange City.
They already knew that, so it's fine. It's not a big deal. They already upstairs, they knew. They knew I had that. I don't like these squares.
Man, I mean, yeah, the average age of the players in Daytona is it's up there.
So the girl said, can someone get
Look at Jordan opening it up for 25, flopping top set.
the girl on the screen?
Or 2 bets 25.
Wow.
Yeah.
Gets a call. Second pair.
Exactly. You had a boob job and mine's better.
Justin trying to figure out his next move here as the deuce of hearts peels off on the turn. Is he going to try to buy it one time? Oh, I'm sorry. It looks like he checked a long time ago. They're waiting on me. He checked it over to Jordan.
Yes.
Yeah, regular crap. Chill, please. Yeah.
8 checks. 2 bets 200.
we going to, how is the next round of shots?
Wait, you're buying.
Justin thinking about paying this one off.
How about the last
Jordan leads out for 200 here.
I feel like he's done that for a little bit.
Yeah,
At
yeah.
least a round.
There, next.
It's not gonna.
Wait, we have a
Then
big,
me.
hold on, hang on. We have a big pot going on. One of them can buy it.
Justin lays it down, gets away from it, looks skeptical, but he decides to lay it down
I don't think he's drunk any either.
correctly.
He's hot. He's smoking.
I say the dealers buy it. They're the only ones making money here.
See Parsley, yeah, that's another common thing in small stakes hold'em.
I guarantee every.
Players just can't believe that they have the second best hand. They have to see it. Dan Carpenter says, what is he even thinking about? He was thinking about looking him up. Trying to turn his hand into a bluff catcher there. Brian Taylor says, is it up to each casino deciding on how many players are allowed to play? So I think it varies from state to state. So here in Florida, it's my understanding that it's up to the mayor of each individual city. That might change from state to state. It might be, I think the governor decides to either implement the stuff himself or put it onto the city officials. But here in Florida, the governor has deferred it to the city level, and the mayor decides, I think, it's my understanding, how many players we can play per table, stuff like that. I think.
Florida's 105.
Roll in here, and he was like a linebacker for the Bills for 3 years or something.
I'll be like, yeah, that guy's right over there. You were looking for.
If he was a linebacker for the Bills, he already hates life.
That's a fair point. Their best one moved here. You ever been to Buffalo?
So what do you think our record's going to be?
See Parsley, sure, that makes sense. In some places, it's up to the gaming commission. Yeah, of course. I didn't even think about that.
9-7.
So they're going to play this year?
You know what sucks is
George Dickey, yeah, I got somebody on it right now.
all I hear is, what did you just say?
He said 97.
For Jacksonville?
Yeah, man.
Calls.
They got a tough schedule, but
9-7.
You went to Starbucks, didn't you?
yeah.
How much have you had to drink?
I don't know about that.
Four raises 25. 6 gold.
That's a friendly game. You need to pull like 20 of
Listen, I bought 2 rounds of shot. I have to recruit.
What did you say?
Recruit.
Four.
Alright,
He needs a
so
double.
79 fold.
Take whatever you need.
Buying the pot after he bought the pot?
No, I was giving her change, but she didn't have to go in the well. She knew what was up.
I see.
Swear to God, next live stream, I'm going to have 10. You're going to bring them all. I'm going to bring them all.
You guys are local in the area. Make sure to be here Saturday for our $2,000 high hand promotion. 2K every hour, noon to midnight. You don't want to miss it. But you do want to get here early. Get here early, get your name on the list. The lists are going to be long. The room is going to be busy. That day is going to be insane. The games are going to be good. You're probably going to need to make a straight flush or better. Maybe some really big quads, maybe like quad kings with an ace, quad aces with a king, something like that. Big quads and straight flushes is what you're trying to make. Take home that big 2K one time.
Chris, why don't you put your chips in the rack? I might feel like I have a chance.
See Parsley asking about best bet swag. We're going to do a giveaway at 11 o'clock. We'll do a giveaway. Give away a hat or a shirt on both Facebook and Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, switch channels, switch platforms. Jump on Twitch, Best Bet Live. Jump in the giveaway, or check us out, Best Bet Jacksonville on Facebook. Jump in that chat. Facebook will probably be a question, and the Twitch will be a random. It'll be like a keyword giveaway drawing type deal. All the players that enter the keyword on Twitch will be eligible.
I'm gonna have to have chips brought to me.
Be careful, because if you eat rice and fish, they make fun of you in the chat, too.
Kevin Thiel asks if there can be ties on the high hands. No. The only way there can be a tie is if like
Not after 10.
actually no. There's nowhere there can't be a tie.
You call chips for me?
7 folded. 8.
I feel like this is gonna be a long night. What time does this end?
11 or midnight? Alright, so 4
Not on that day. There can, in some weird theoretical cases here in the room, there can be a tie on a high end, but there won't be any that day. It's too weird.
Can we do midnight? I vote for midnight.
Yeah, I mean, probably.
Brian Smith in the Facebook chat. Hey, man, thanks for joining us. Thanks for tuning in. Anthony Reynolds says a lot of limit games will be going on Saturday for sure, man. A lot of every game is going to be going on Saturday. We're going to have a lot of limit games all day for sure. We're going to have a lot of 2-2 games. There's always a ton of 2-2 games on those big high hand days.
Can I yell it?
The games are going to be good, man.
It's going to be really loud for our guys.
You sound like my fiance.
Anthony, so you can, like, theoretically, like, say the board is like ace, ace, king, and you both have ace, king, you know? So then you would tie the high hand, and you and the other player in the hand would chop. You know, you guys would chop the high hand. If it's 2K, you would each take home 1,000. But, like, that random full house scenario is the only way that you can chop, and, like, a full house just isn't going to win on that day when we're giving away 2K. It's going to be way too busy. A full house is never going to hold up. So, like, theoretically, you can chop the high hand, but it's never going to happen on that day. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense.
The field, I'll take the field and put 10 up to your 7.
Couldn't multiple players get royal flushes? In 7-card stud, you could. KRT. In fact, yeah, multiple players can get royal flushes if you're playing 7-card stud. Looks like we got a big all-in going on here, a 4-way all-in. Is that right? Looks like we got a pair and a flush draw, open-ender, another flush draw, top pair, top kicker. 1,400 in the middle. Is this right? Looks like the dealer's going to have to do 1 million side pots. This is where it pays to have a good dealer dealing in the live stream. Whenever you got to do a bunch of side pots and get a little tricky. Anthony Reynolds says 2 separate tables tying the high hand. So the thing about that is we go by when the hand starts, like when the dealer deals the first card off the deck. And we have cameras that record down to the millisecond. So, like, 2 dealers would have to pitch the first card at the exact same millisecond, and then 2 players would have to make the exact same hand. It would literally never happen.
Wait, Jordan, you have chips left over.
Big toe.
You have a lot of chips left over.
Shot 69. Yeah, but I didn't have as much on the side. Oh, you did? Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I
You
thought
had
you
several
covered.
blacks.
I thought you only covered.
No, you had several blacks. Covered, right?
Okay, I'll take care.
Have a good night.
Can you sit at I know this is like a needle. Can you sit a chip runner over here out there? If you see one,
That's your blue too.
I mean, yeah, I'll go grab one while she figures that out. You need a chip
What did I
runner?
say, 89?
89.
Yeah, he wants to run.
There you go, sorry.
Have a good night, guys.
See, it's because you brought the shot. That's why I came. That was shot luck right there.
Check over in that shit.
You could have hit a lot of houses. You had the 10.
let's have a discussion with
I know.
The 3 of clubs.
Can we have a discussion with whatever his name is right now?
What about one of the 3 clubs? There's no sweat.
Yeah. Let's talk to Austin. Austin, how'd you feel about that?
I'm buying a new Under Armour shirt. What color would you like?
Hey, that's what you should have over there.
Adonis,
Red.
wait,
Starbucks?
I don't know.
You definitely shouldn't be doing Starbucks.
Okay, so you're just showing us.
100 red.
Even I
Highly recommended.
And you're supposed to commentate in the
I
chat
see
too.
what you did there. I get
Can I
it.
get 100 red while you're here? Can I get 100 red while you're here?
So you're up to 500 now?
No, I didn't add anything on.
George Dickey, yeah, I think we updated Justin Stack, man.
Right on the button.
So I got the round after.
7
18,
is
16
adding
shots
100.
get skipped.
Did you think?
Yeah,
Did you
and
think
then
that the 3 of clubs
We've
can
got
hit
one
and
big
be
blind.
sweat?
C2.
No, because I've hit 2 flush draws in literally 18 J's.
All right, that was a big one. Brent racking them up. Looks like Jordan. We lost Jordan. Lost the 8 seat. Brent's got a big old stack. Top holds up one time. Brent takes down a big one.
This guy. Thank you.
Yeah, about to fire up the phone now. Got to text everyone, tell them about that big pot. Top. Good. Looks like more shots. All right. Yeah, flush got there.
You don't have to do it in the computer, just delete C2 and it'll automatically do it.
I got the next round, Christopher. You got this one, right?
Yes, sir.
I got the next one.
Straddle on the floor.
They just cut us off.
Really?
No, I didn't say that. I said it would feel like a little bit.
Is it because he won such a big pot? He does that all the time.
So 3 folds.
All right, let's run through the rest of that list, see if we can get some players in the game. We got a little bit left to stream here.
6 folds.
Guys,
Thanks for hanging out with us, guys. 2-2, no limit hold'em, deep stack cash. If you want to get in one of the upcoming streams, check the schedule. Let us know. Brent's still stacking up those chips. Big pot. Brent took down a big one. That seemed to sober him up a little bit. He's not screaming anymore like he was.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's
Can we just play 6-handed and call it a night? I feel like the rounds are going to be cheaper.
On the list. They really cut us off, for real? Or me off?
No, she said we all have to drink water and then we can.
That I'll grab a cocktail tray.
Are you kidding me?
100%.
No, we
Yeah.
can handle
What'd
that
she
stuff.
say? Really?
Yeah, she really just said
She said
that.
I'll bring you guys some water and then you gotta wait a little bit for the next round.
We'll ask for a phone. It'll be.
I'd like
Was that?
Hang on, I don't.
3 rounds?
Alright, so straddle the button.
Trey picking up King Jack suited. Looks like he's getting ready to raise.
Okay, so there's no action except for you folding, so I'm gonna move it back.
Was it dead here?
Yeah, I missed it. Sorry, guys.
Cheers, guys. Hold on. It's the last one we get for the night. Cheers.
Cheers, bro.
You not drinking? You didn't get one?
you should have gotten one. There was an extra one in my seat.
Oh, it's over here.
Drink it up.
Say you're here. I got a beer. Oh, okay, my bad. I didn't think you were drinking. Oh, good.
Cheers, guys.
Nasty cheers.
Yeah, you did yours. Damn.
We're cheersing to having the button in the correct place.
Who? Austin Tunnel?
Should have taken off.
Can we get a floor over here? I'm a little concerned with this cutoff.
Yeah. Here, Thomas, are you gonna push
What's going on?
it after this?
Still on the list.
You gonna push that after this, yeah? You gonna push that after this, yeah? No, you're good. So 3 folds. On you, Chris.
We'll look later.
Yeah. 4 raises to 15, 6 folds, 7 folds, 8 folds.
You know how to look, right?
Coin flip.
You must have deuce 3. This guy wins a big pot.
1 raises to 4.
Take the captain now.
This guy
4 calls.
is $1,000 for
You know what he wants to
$500
do.
buy-in game.
3 blinds. 4 checks. 8 checks.
I might have pushed on that flop last time.
What's that?
I might have pushed on that
Do they
flop.
call anybody on the list?
Yeah. I'll double check.
And the way my night's going, I would have called your hand and
Can you look at me? It's a little weird.
Oh, sorry.
I'm just kidding.
What happened? Now I feel weird.
Am I
when you
allowed to
just
bet
said look
increments
at me.
other than 5?
Yeah, that's 2-2 game.
I'm going to bet $127.
Alright, so P4 bets 127.
Look at Brent flopping 2 pair here. The run good continues. 7s and 4s with the deuce. Chris with some mystery cards here. Put in the raise. Brent making the call. We're going heads up to the turn. Poker Gods wants to know if I prefer Zima or Mike's Hard. Ooh, man. Tough call. To be honest with you, I haven't had either in probably 20 years. I don't know. I don't really know. I feel like probably Zima if I had to pick. I'd probably go Zima.
Stocking fetish, and then that looks like stockings, so arousing me a little bit.
Yogi282 wants to know if you can come fill the open seat. Yeah, man, come on. If you get down here and we don't have a list, you can come jump in the game for sure. For sure.
$246 total.
Alright, so 4 bets, $246, and 1 calls.
Mike's Hard Zima. Oh, yeah, suicide style. Like the old fountain soda machines. Let's do it.
This guy right here, the guy in seat 14.
Chris with the mystery cards. Wow, that's a pretty bad run out, right? Lot of hands get there now. And even the hands that don't get there, you can represent.
I'm far behind?
No, on the flop, you're not even favored.
What do you have? And I'll tell you if you were.
I know I was favored on the flop.
You think? I bet you.
Scott Brewer says players need mics. Ooh, that's a terrible idea. We tried that when we first started streaming. We gave every player their individual mics, and what they would do is they would hook them on their shirts or their hoodies or whatever, and then they would forget about them, and they would stand up to go to the bathroom, and they would just rip them like right out. They'd snap the cords, they'd break the mics, rip them out of the table. It was a total disaster. It was a total disaster. So we got overhead boom mics instead because the players just instantly destroyed the individual mics.
Fucking deuce.
I raised to 15 blind.
I don't know, I'm fucking your stocking mouth.
Save the seat on the way, Yogi 282. I like it. KRT says, I remember that. Yeah, and then you would hear this like terrible, like boom, staticky sound when the mic would fall off and hit the ground. It worked well in theory. It didn't work well in practicality. So yeah, we switched to boom mics, and it works a little better. Dan Van Dyke says, yeah, they're a wireless mic nowadays. Sure, man, but, stuff gets expensive. What do we need 9 wireless mics for when we can just get 2 boom mics? Stick them overhead, connect them, and do the same thing. I guess the benefit of having a wireless mic is that you could just mute one player, I guess. You could just cut them off, ground them from talking, basically. Boom mics, you can't mute anybody.
Chips out there. Let's see. If they're $5 a piece, I'm gonna carry the one. I equals 3.914.
Chris picking up pocket queens here in the small blind, facing a raise from Brent with ace deuce offsuit in the cutoff. Looks like he just calls. I don't know if he's trying to get trappy here, if he just doesn't want to play another big one with Brent. Brent's kind of been the fun player the past few hands. Looks like we're going heads up. Brent flopping a gutter ball to the wheel. Chris still with an overpair. Uh, 49S, 4JS. Any worries the players could use headphones to cheat? Absolutely not. If we thought that was ever even the case, we would not even stream. The stream is set up on a delay, so, nobody has access to the hand for 15 minutes. So, yeah, no worries that anybody could cheat from having headphones. It just wouldn't – it's not feasible. Would just have to be on a call with a stream viewer. No, again, we're on a delay, so, the hand that you're watching happened 15 minutes ago.
You were sitting in the booth over there.
So it would be, you know,
There's a call in the 6 or room 15 and the 7. I'm blending myself when I'm calling a player in the 8.
Blending? You say blending?
Like, hey, you need to be quiet for a minute.
4-9 for Jack. Yeah, so, yeah, I'm watching the delay also. I'm commentating on the delay. So, you know, everything we're watching together happened 15 minutes ago, and that's kind of the steps we take to protect the integrity of the game.
He played ace king like a fish, and now he's mad.
Good to go. 6:55.
Dan Van Dyke says no check with the queens there. Just lead right out.
I'm being kind of serious.
Yeah, I mean into a fun player with a wide range like Brent, you know, that's probably not a bad idea. Leading out with 2 queens there. Those kind of middling cards like that are probably going to hit his range a lot of the time. He's going to have big cards too, but he plays a lot of hands, so those kind of middling flops.
Here, I'll come over there.
KRT 88, yeah. It gets confusing sometimes. I get it.
He has a couple. So 7, check, check. And now the opposite on the 7. 100 in the 7.
It's amazing. I just have nut flush draw after nut flush draw. Nice answer. Full, huh?
Yeah. Wait.
Oh, okay. So I get
Trey making 4s full on the river here. 4s full of trays. Trey's been playing it pretty snug here for the majority of the stream. George Dickey said, what if someone was in a huge pot and stalled for 16 minutes before deciding to play? Hopefully the dealer would call the floor person after about 5 minutes max. Hopefully more like 3 minutes. Get a clock call. And then they end up with a dead hand. It never gets to that point. Problem solved. Chris Parsley says, is there a cutout protocol if a particular hand lasts 15 minutes? I mean, I think that's impossible, honestly. I really think, like, you'd have to tank for 5 minutes on every street. You know, it would never get there. I think it's impossible. Never say never, but I don't know the longest hand in televised poker history, but I don't know if it's 15 minutes.
I wish they would, because I'm stuck a lot from 2-5 out there. 10 shots. Stuck with shots. It's not me.
I don't remember the last time I wore.
All right, guys, we're going to get ready to roll the T-shirt and hat giveaway on Twitch. What we're going to do is I'm going to type a keyword in the chat, and then in order to be eligible for the giveaway, you have to type the same keyword the same way I text it or type it in the chat, and then we're going to roll it, and then a winner will be selected at random. So I'll enter the keyword here in just a second, and then I'll drop it in the Twitch chat for you guys. And then Facebook, we'll do a question. We'll do like a trivia question. KRT says a 12-minute tank on the WSOP once. So on our tournaments, for our tournaments, we actually extend it. We go to a 30-minute delay. So, I mean, tournaments are prone to a little more tanking. And if a 15-minute tank like ever did happen, it would definitely be during a tournament, I would think, right? So we actually extend the tournament streams, the tournament delay to 30 minutes. So I really think it's like basically impossible. Also, like, poker players are the most impatient people on the planet. Like, the rest of the table is not going to sit around and let somebody tank for 15 minutes in a cash game. It's never going to happen. All right, guys, I just dropped that keyword in the Twitch chat. Retype it. Put it back in. We're going to roll the giveaway in about 1 minute, and then the system will randomly select the winner. I'll get your information, and we'll get you some best bet swag waiting for you here at the room. Come pick it up whenever you want. I figured whiskey was a pretty appropriate keyword. If you've watched more than 5 minutes of the stream, you'll understand why.
You've been muted. You were muted 30 minutes ago when you said, I'm attracted to stockings. And you're wearing one on your mouth.
See, Parsley, you got to get that exclamation point in there. That's part of. Otherwise, the system's not going to read you. Going to count you in the giveaway. Try it again. Put the exclamation point.
All right, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You'll be calm now.
I don't know what to do.
Will you talk more? Yeah. What do you do for fun? Besides Starbucks.
Dunkin' Donut.
I got a call in the one, a fold in the three.
What do you do for fun? Like, what's your like? If you could do one thing for the rest of your life besides masturbate, what would it be?
Jesus Christ. What is happening right now?
I'm just kidding. But like,
Probably let you suck it.
The greatest part about this is, I'm going to tell you, this is the best time we've had at your table in at least 10 years. 10, maybe not 10, maybe like 7. This has got to be the best stream.
All right, looks like we got a winner, Young Pulley, in the Twitch chat.
What's an interesting fact?
You win, man. You're going to get some Best Bet swag. I'm going to send you a private message here in a second. I'll get your info, and we'll get that all set up for you. In the meantime, I'm going to do a Facebook trivia question here in just a second for you guys on Facebook, so you're not left out.
All right, so while we're doing that,
Or like we go to the strip club. Oh, there you go. That's one of my favorite activities. Alright.
what's that one called? Pastime? All right, whose turn is it to buy shots?
Rigged in the chat. Rigged. There's always one. Always one. Rigged.
It's, listen, 3 in a row? You
stacked me. You doubled up on me.
I'm 150 into shots already. All right, what do y'all want?
Chris says he's in the hole 150 for shots. Already stuck 150. Got to double up just to get even. Cover shots.
We just okayed it before. There's no water coming.
Not RNG certified. Nice.
So, are you you're drinking, right? Yeah. You're drinking? You? Yeah. You're shot? Everybody still gets so 6.
Alright, so you can actually just go, you can just button chill.
So, thank you. Thank you. He's paying this time, by the way.
No, like,
All right, guys. I got a tough one for the Facebook chat for you guys. I'm going to type it. So get ready. I'll type it, and then I'll announce it.
I told you up 3K, down 100 up 50.
Who's up 3K?
So that's one. You gonna be up 3K or down 100?
Down 100.
All right, you can use Google. You can do whatever you want. I don't care. The question for the Facebook chat is, what month and year did Best Bet Jacksonville open? You got to get both of them right. You got to get the month and the year correct. Use Google. Ask your friends. Ask your dad. I don't care. But Kevin Thiel, wrong. Close, but wrong. You got to get them both right. You got to get the month and the year. You'll win some Best Bet swag.
About lace stocking masks.
I bought this mask because it literally does nothing to accomplish anything about COVID, but it helps me breathe better.
Yeah. But if you could just get some hot pink lipstick. Oh my God.
I tell you what, if you find some in this room, I'll do it. Hold on, let me check my bag. Where's your lipstick?
Anybody?
If you find some, I'll do it right here.
You guys in the Twitch chat, you guys are off.
George, you bought the last one, right?
I guess it's probably sooner than you guys would have thought, surprisingly.
Who's this guy? Why does he have that?
he is very into it.
Clock. Is he playing or what? Clock.
It reopened June 2020. Good. That would have been a good trick question. I should have used that as the answer. Original open date, June '98. No, not quite. A little sooner than that.
Turns, the seats are 80. Don't sit down if you're going to shoot my shot.
And you straddle.
And do you have a stopping fetish?
Hold in the 8, hold in the 1, raise to 15 in the 4.
I'm only in for 4. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
February 2012, close. April 2012, close.
Hold in the 6, hold in the 7. Okay, we got 3 players in the room.
Uh,
20 from the 3.
You're making a mess.
all right.
And we're the ones that got cut off.
Ryan, Jewsack. I'm not sure. I'm sure I butchered that. Sorry, bud. You got it. March 2012 is the right answer. March 2012. That's when Best Bet first opened their doors. Congratulations, bud. You're going to win either a hat or a T-shirt. I'll send you a private message. We'll get your info. We'll get that set up for you.
If you're on the button, you have to straddle the $4.
Okay.
That's all I got.
So a place bigger, in other words, I know I've watched it a few times. So
Ryan got it. March 2012. Nice job, bud. Nice job.
I'm the only one that can wear Under Armour for Austin Tuttle.
In the 3.
Can we switch masks? Would that be weird? Oh, I can see now. That's weird. No, that's awkward. That's a bit much. I just want to see what you look like in the.
Austin right here and then a little.
I'm telling you, find somebody with lipstick in here. I'll put it on the mask.
So, like this.
Did I get it?
Yeah, you did. I had to.
So I had a mask like this. Your mom was here. It was like you wear it in the day.
I'll bring you some in after the break. There's some in my truck.
You have lipstick in your
It's
truck?
brown. It's brown though. It's like somebody left it there.
Perfect. I love to do that.
No, he said something weird.
He said it looked like you've been eating ass.
Hey, Young Pulley, for some reason, Young Pulley, if you're watching, some reason it won't let me whisper you, like send you a private message. I got to get your info.
I love eating ass. I'm not gonna lie. It's one of my favorite things to do. It really is.
So is there a code word for going to the parking lot for that?
For eating ass? 100%. There's a big code word. It's a phrase. Where are you going? Are you changing again? He's putting his shirt on. He is leaving because the waitress is coming back.
All right, guys, that was fun. Giveaway was cool. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for trying. Best Bet Jacksonville opened in March of 2012. Congratulations to Ryan and Young Pulley in the chats. Picking up some Best Bet swag. That's what's up. We got a couple more hands for you guys tonight. Best Bet Live, No Limit Hold'em. 2-2 deep. It's been fun. It's been kind of a wild ride so far. A lot of big hands, a lot of whiskey shots, a lot of fun.
That's gotta be cool. How did that happen?
Really? I'm just.
Ernesto in the YouTube chat says I was only off by 14 years. Almost had it, man.
You got botch in that cup? Scissor?
Yeah, Young Pulley, I'm going to drop my email. I'm going to put my email address in the chat, and you can just email me. How about that?
How's that, Mr. Jared? How you doing, brother? Good, you, sir? We're drinking here. We're not drinking coffee, buddy.
Here, there's my email. Just shoot me an email with your info, and I'll put you down. You can pick up your swag at either location. All right, bud? You can pick it up at Orange Park or here at Best Bet Jacksonville, whatever you want. Just shoot me an email with your info. That way I'll have it. And congrats, man. Good job. Congrats on getting randomly selected as the winner by a computer.
Be gone for like 3 or 4 years and then come
Dan Van Dyke, you missed it, buddy. You almost got it. You were close. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Mike Muner in the YouTube chat. Ernesto. Good game, good luck. Thanks for watching. It's fun. Yeah, everybody email me. See what happens. Vanilla Judy in the chat. Are we having tournaments again? Not quite yet. Soon, though. Soon. Hopefully sometime next month. Hopefully early next month we'll have tournaments.
Well, he showed that was 4 dudes. He showed, yeah. He fought 2 pair. I had not flush draw.
Called 3 bets in early position before he was offsuit. Yeah, that was me. 3 flop blind raise. Raised to 15. That's sick. You got love it. 3 flop blind raise, 2 pair.
Chris, where are you from?
I'm from here.
Here in Jacksonville, here or
So I'm from the Bay Yard days, if you believe it or not.
I believe. I too have played 1-2.
I'm sorry?
I've played 1-2 poker.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So,
Vince Manawai.
sorry?
Vince Manawai used to play out there.
Yeah. There was a couple of them that actually used to play out there.
Mike Tice played out there.
Hendo used to play out there too. John Henderson.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He has a pretty badass. Actually, I can't. I don't really know how to say it here, but
Yes, hold 1. Call over 6.
heads up.
See, do you remember?
He has a nice poker table at his house.
Yeah,
That
I
one.
bet. You remember they used to do the $45 tournament on Sunday afternoons? First tournament I ever played in was that tournament. 212 people, and I told my girlfriend, now my wife, I went out there and I told her, if I win, we're going to go to Vegas. I ended up chopping with the guy.
Best move ever. Did you go to Vegas? No.
Not, we went years later.
Yeah.
Nice hand.
I
Wow. How would
I
you
used to play full time
there?
here, or actually mainly in Orange Park, but I used to play full time here.
I appreciate it.
And moved down to South Florida to start playing there. 'Cause I felt like
My randomness, yeah. That was pretty wild flop.
there were so many pros that came down. It was way pro heavy. You couldn't sit at a 2-5 table that didn't have 2 or 3 other pros at it. So I moved down to west coast of Florida.
Nice hand. I know. I mean, what's the odds of that one?
And,
Very rare.
here you go. Driver.
I think you Rangers, it's only happened once.
So I went down to the west
I've
coast
had
of Florida
six,
and met a girl, and she had a kid, and I was still driving to private games up in Georgia. 6-7 hour drives. My sleep schedule is, yeah, it was weird. I didn't have family time with her, so I finally told her, I was like, listen, I'm gonna turn it off and get a real job. I got a real job for like 6 months. Realized
Dan Van Dyke, I'm with you. I'm with you on that one, bud. I agree.
sold the business a year later.
Alright, that's fine.
I just need another 100.
Now have 2 other
Yeah.
Extra on here.
That's fine.
So I don't play for, I play for entertainment value now, you know?
What kind of businesses?
Retail.
All right, guys, we'll take a look. We're 109 hands in. This is the 109th hand. We'll take a look at the stats after this hand.
We broke up.
See what everyone's stuck, what everyone's up so far in the game. Not as much as you would think, honestly. I think like the same 4 guys are just pushing the chips around to each other.
John, he's talking good about you.
Which one are you talking about? Brittany or Lee?
Austin Tuttle.
Four, six,
Dude, that guy's gonna hit you for defamation or something. Can you imagine if they call
Hey, if you get hit with defamation, I'll pay for the lawyer fees. I got you.
Yeah, exactly. 'Cause he's been, I got it on the stream where he's been all over
If we
me.
buy you like a jersey with Tuttle on the back, will you wear it?
Oh, that was
I'm
Yeah.
players. One shot,
You're not playing that for 2 weeks.
7 check, 8 check.
2 weeks is 5-10 quarter, right?
No, they don't do that on Saturday, right? What do they do on Wednesday?
No, they'll do it on
Everything.
One bet 25, 7
Is anybody playing the 2-5 stream next Wednesday?
won't be here. I'll be in Orlando.
You want to put our names on the list? Yeah, not bad. Rock, paper, scissors for who's first?
Yep.
1, 2, 3, and then shoot.
No. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Yeah, that's 1, 2, 3, and then shoot.
No, but we're not saying 1, 2, 3. We're going.
Okay, rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Are we doing 1 or are we doing best 2 out of 3? Because I feel like we should do
One
best 2
time.
out of 3.
One time. All right. We'll do it 2 out of 3.
All right. Only because I have to say rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Do I have to say shoot or can I just shoot?
You gotta hit shoot or else it's no.
No?
Yeah.
All right. So I can get a read for free?
These are like official rules.
You ready?
All right, ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
What are they shooting for?
Rock, paper, scissors,
Where's our
shoot.
shot?
Oh. Rock, paper, scissors.
She's like, I'm gonna make them stop.
Wow.
That was horrible.
So, I
I
feel
should
like
have thrown the rock. I should have thrown the rock.
Who do we talk to about getting on our names on the list?
Ratings just continue.
People think we did that for money.
For money, I know.
I feel like I need to ask Mike, did you?
To see who gets their name on the first list for 2-5 deep next week. Who do we talk to about that?
Dustin.
Can we tell Dustin to give me on? Get us
9
on?
reasons for fun.
Dustin!
Put him ahead.
Oh boy, screaming my name at the table. That's never good. 15 minutes ago though.
15 max.
Free play.
This one's gonna be 1,000.
We got an open seat, buddy. No, I'm just turn around. Do you want to do shot thoughts? Are you down to drink? Huh?
He was saying they have a seat open, but they don't.
He didn't play that. He was going to field it.
She definitely brings water.
She upset at you now.
I don't know, but I tell you what, if my crown's watered down, I'm going to know it.
It's because of the rock, paper, scissors.
How many greens do you have?
All right, deuces pair here on the turn. Jack 10 deuce flop, deuce on the turn.
They're about 350. I just couldn't see. Thank you.
Just leave the green one.
Looks like ace 9, ace 5. Chopping so far in the hand.
Them two are together.
Jerry, Peter, and Britt.
I think you could.
Yeah, y'all two together.
Can you,
I thought y'all had a good time together all night.
Well, I'm gonna put you on the list.
yes, can you radio Dustin? Can you do that
Or
from there?
just text Dustin.
Put Chris P on the list for next week's 2-5 deep. 100%.
And then Ray S after that.
Consider it done.
All right, and I
Alright,
guess she's really just cutting us off. She's going to go across the town with the shots.
One folded, 2 called.
Okay.
2 shots. 9 shots.
No, I said this lady over here was sitting next to me in the 2 game earlier.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I was playing 2
That was 20 minutes ago. She's like, I'm going to make them sober up. I'm not going to bring them a shot when they order it.
I'm going to ask her when she comes back to cut us off. Do I really have
Chop it up.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't think it's my
Jackson deuces with an ace.
You always take
Good.
advantage of me.
What did you just tell C8 when he said that?
You want over $200? He won over 200 of me.
Yeah, and then you gotta.
And you want a 6?
They say yeah. You said that I was done for a while. Until you won a $700 pot.
That wasn't me. That was just what did you said you were done for a while?
No, you said I was done buying
No,
for a
okay,
while.
yeah, he's right. You
Did I say that?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
for
that was
sure.
before you won a $700 pot.
He was supposed to be next because he wanted off of that other person, and then.
Your
he
watch
won
has
off of
moisture in
him.
it.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright,
He
so
took
3
it off.
calls, 4 folds. I was on your side.
What?
I was on your side.
Alright,
6
if she
aces,
ever
10.
comes back, I'll get the next round.
7
She's
folds.
never coming back.
You got me. You got
8
the
folds.
tater.
We should get a different.
9 calls.
Yeah, we definitely need a
We
different
should
one.
get one that hasn't met us yet.
Yeah.
2 calls.
They all know we're back here. Who are you kidding?
3 calls.
That's not the point.
I mean, that was getting crazy. Right?
We're having fun.
5 left.
I thought so.
Losing money, having fun, you know?
3 shots.
Except some people, this guy's up.
Not like we're changing shirts every 10 minutes.
Making money.
Losing money, having fun, it's like going to Disney.
The house is making money.
3 checks.
I'm waiting for the shot to get it. How long does it take to pour 7 shots out of a bottle?
Did you order it?
Well, you gotta
That's
chill
what
them,
I'm saying.
so
Did
it
you
takes
order
a while in the fridge.
They don't.
45.
You've obviously never bartended.
3 folds.
No, but I went to college, so.
No, they just got the whole
Hey,
bottle in the
shake
freezer.
it nice.
Yeah.
No, you keep it in the freezer.
Yeah, you do when you're in
Then it
college.
gets watered down.
Not if you do it quickly. You do it quickly and it'll.
Look, I don't want to hear from you about me shaking things.
Do you know how the
quickly, okay?
transfer of heat works?
6 volts, huh?
You know how the transfer of heat works?
Feet?
You sound a
Did you
heat.
say feet?
You're right up his alley. Right up his alley now.
Oh, like a movie when he's
Yeah,
there on
I guess
Pacino.
like
He's
motion.
locked
But
in.
that's how you chill a shot. Is you shake it at night.
Yeah, I understand that, but it doesn't matter if you only do it for like.
It doesn't take that long. No, I agree.
No,
So
no.
you don't have to put it in the fridge.
No, but you want to shake it so you get chips in there.
So we don't have to wait on the stream.
Oh.
Oh, I was gonna run you down.
Oh, that's your.
You got 25.
I had a flush nut.
I had enough flush draw.
Huh?
I had enough flush draw.
You had second nut. That's
You got a
king.
king.
You had spades.
At the fight, they had their own waitress.
Two spades.
I'm about to go to the bar.
They weren't coming.
Yeah, I think she's really just, she's like, I'm gonna cut them off one way or the other.
I don't know. I
has it
don't
been
really
for?
know how.
It's at least 15 minutes, no
I mean, he
exaggeration.
hasn't got a lot.
None.
Not lying too
Alright,
much.
so the button.
I knew he just had
A lot of
two.
tables.
But,
Hit them motherfuckers off my still.
we've been tipping like crazy. I've been giving them $5 a pop. Because every time she brings us something, $5.
She's not coming back. I'm telling you.
So they got our cocktail waitress coming?
4 ways to
Oh,
set a
today's a social day, I guess.
6 volts, 7 volts.
I'm gonna Uber home.
9 volts. 1 volt.
You know, it's a.
I know this is weird, but
Who likes
I have an
riddles?
extra bed at
I got a
the
riddle for the ages.
The answer's four.
is that weird?
I stumped
Right.
a
Oh no, not for me.
mathematician
I was talking about that.
professor. Anybody want to hear a good riddle?
Let's do it.
All right,
How much?
three men are going down the interstate, the truck breaks down. Call up a tow truck, get the truck fixed,
Can we do 10 to 1 on this?
whatever you want to do.
I'll put 10 up.
All right, sounds good.
I'm getting
So,
confused
the
already.
truck driver
I mean, I
picks
got
him
to
up,
handle
and he
it.
goes, I need my truck tonight. He goes, there ain't no way, you're gonna have to go to the hotel, I'll bring it to you in the morning, you can't get it fixed tonight. He goes, all right. So the three guys walk into the hotel, and they ask the clerk, how much is the room? The clerk tells the guys, hey, it's $30 for the room. So each man puts up $10 a piece. There's 3 of them, right?
Young Pulley, let's see if we can figure this thing out, man. I don't know why Twitch won't let me. Are you on Facebook? Can you find this on? Can you send me a message on Facebook, maybe? Let's try that.
$30, man. Sorry, today's
HJ Brodeen in the Facebook chat asking, is Best Bet ever going to subscribe to the Bravo app? So the thing about Bravo is it's very, very, very expensive to install, and it's very, very, very expensive to maintain. We're just a local card room, so we don't have like the, we don't have the funding that like a big major casino corporation would have in order to get Bravo. So the short answer is no. Hopefully one day we will, but in the short term, the answer is no.
$30, 10, 10, and 10. So then the manager comes in and says,
Oh, autographing masks. That's a good idea.
you need to return
Young Pulley, see if you can find the Best Bet the Best Bet Jacksonville Facebook. Maybe we can try to do it that way, so I can get you hooked up, man.
am I going to divide $5?
I don't want you to win your raffle and then not get your prize, man. That's ridiculous. I don't know what's up with Twitch. I don't know if it's something on your end or something with the Best Bet page. I don't know, man, but it won't let me send you a direct message. Not cool. Not cool.
And the other $2 of the 5 you pocket it. So now, if you can originally pay 10, now they pay what? 9? 9 times.
Or see if you can message me via Twitch. You should be able to send me like a whisper or a private message. For some reason, it just won't let me do it. It won't let me send you one. I don't know.
give it back. But no.
Where'd you earlier?
What is life about?
I know, huh?
What is life about?
Dying with ending it with a smile and clear conscience. That means you want to
Rock Roll in the YouTube chat says it'd be better if you could hear more table talk. You say that now. These guys have been putting them back, and then they've just been screaming as loud as they can scream.
perspective. Okay.
Young Pulley, are you talking about on Facebook or on here? On here, you should just be able to send me a whisper. On Facebook, look for Best Bet Jacksonville. You're going to want to look for Best Bet Jacksonville, and then send me a message on there.
I love that one. I just told that we had like a dinner party with like 20 people. Everybody. What city was it in? What was the name of the hotel? We went for like an hour.
So, was the dollar.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like that one. You know the answer? $5 for the one.
The
That riddle? My dad used to tell me that riddle when I was a little boy.
Rock roll, I think it's the opposite. I think the views would go down if they could hear the table banter.
Father's Day coming up. My dad.
It's Wednesday night. They're just having a good time, getting a little loose, having a couple shots, playing some 2-2 deep. Good time. I'm jealous. I want to have a couple drinks and jump in a big 2-2 game. Who's with me? Sounds fun.
know what the internet is. So.
He's like, I don't see
She
it.
wears stockings too.
What do you mean? 9 calls.
Like, I don't see it.
1 calls, 2
You gotta click on
calls,
something.
3 calls.
No, my father passed too. Well, I'm not even gonna tell you. Because I would ruin it. Med mal and medical malpractice.
No, bro. No, man.
Huh?
I was born in Smith. Got a doctorate.
All right, young Pulley. Let me see if I got that.
You know what? I hear that a lot. I hope I can be half the father my dad was, and I hope my.
Do you have kids now?
I do not. I don't answer my phone on Father's Day, but I don't have. I mean, as far as I know.
Yeah, mine's 21. She's got no credit. She got a full ride to play college basketball between athletic and academic.
Wait, so you really do ref
Look at Ace High taking one down. Gets the check mark. Good. All right, quick look at the stats. The wins and losses after 116 hands. Chris up 659. Brent right behind him, 554. Justin, it's getting worse. Stuck 785 so far in the game.
Where are our shots? Like,
Tough one. Sometimes it happens. That's poker, man.
I'm about to go smoke a cigarette.
I'm 48 nowadays.
I hope to make it to 48. That's all.
Marriage? Correct.
What was it? Marriage.
The leading cause of divorce.
Good, nice. He said I knew that one.
All right, guys, thanks again for hanging out. Next live stream will be next Wednesday. We're streaming 2-5, no limit hold'em, deep stack cash. The list is already pretty long, but I think next week we should have the July schedule out. So if you guys are looking to play on the live stream the next month or so, make sure to take a look. And we'll see if we can get you in the game. There's some contact information on the bottom there.
I moved my mom down there with me for permanent. So
Wait, so where are you at now? Huh? Where you at now?
I'm from Sarasota.
are you really? Where about?
I just sold my house off of Beeridge and McIntosh.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. I lived
There's a
there.
good home game right there.
I was the youngest man in the state.
Look at this, bottom set versus top pair versus middle set. Let's see some action. Let's see some chips moving around. I think I just heard somebody get it all in. Is that Brent? I don't think he said all in. Looks like maybe he just put in a raise. Makes it 120 here.
Bought me a ride and I made it into like a stealth urban vehicle, but it's a Ford Expedition.
Action board, right? Top pair, middle set, bottom set. Man, set over set,
Because I got out of installation.
I think is like the worst way to get coolered in poker.
So I arrived here
How's that jingle go? Something. Big in Orlando.
Set over set is like the worst cooler in my opinion. It's so you're so excited when you hit a set. It's so hard to believe that somebody hit a higher set. I think Trey might have just got it in here. Yeah, Trey gets it all in here with bottom set.
I'm so thirsty. I need to get up and go get something to drink.
It's not enough to reopen the raise. It's only 70 more for Brent to call. Obviously, he makes a call here with middle set. Pretty easy call. But quads is great. Yeah, quads is pretty good. When you get it in behind, set over set, get it in behind, make bottom quads. Sure, that's a great feeling. Unfortunately, it almost never happens. All right, here we go. Side pot action. Oh, wow. Get it all in. Brent just rips it. 800. Gets 800 in here. Marshall making top 2. He has to make the call, right? Oh, man, no king, no queen river is what Brent's thinking. Oh, sick.
Set over set. Nobody had a nice jam, sir.
Set, over top 2. Wow, sick one. Brent just scoops another huge one. Big night for Brent. Started off a little rough.
And then I'm here for 2
Wow.
months because I prepaid for a place just for 2 months. Because I have to go through training and then get on the road, start doing setups. Well, they weren't allowed to hire because of COVID and so on and so forth. So now everybody's tripping out. COVID. So since the COVID started, I stretched from Sarasota. When the end of the 2 months was up, I was out of cat. I'm not broke yet, close to it. But where do you live? A buddy of mine has a house up in Virginia, just moved there. So I went up to Richmond, Virginia, and hung out with him for a couple months. And I just got back 2 days ago. And I'm coming through.
Brent takes down another big one.
Somebody get shots. I'm not worried about it. I'm not many shots. No, I said. And now I'm standing here again to get my truck fixed. I got to get my it all happened here. I can't drive. I've got to break down and all this other stuff. So now I'm back here. It's a crazy story.
Where are you staying now? Are you staying in the truck or staying?
I have a friend that's been staying in hotels. Yeah, I've been staying in hotels just right?
Cool little story.
Yeah, it's fun.
Travel on the button. Travel on the button. St. Louis is gone. St. Simon's gone.
Were you at that one last Saturday? The Kingfish one?
No, I was not.
Talking about it.
Alright, 112.
I did a couple of my buddies that normally fish my boat fish it, but my boat got in town Friday and went straight to the shop to have my new stereo installed. Look at this shit. This is insane. So oh, I love this out there.
What did you change, Sherry?
He didn't have a choice. Yeah, it went in on the turn. So that's what they're doing like right now.
129.
Look at the size of this supplement.
You got some lights and shit on the phone?
So it says like, alright, 130.
Believe me, every time somebody's like, going on the boat, but
Brent still hasn't stacked those chips from taking down that big one last pot. That was a big pot. There's like 1,500 in the middle. That's huge for a 2-2 game. Brent takes down another one. All right, guys, we've got a few more hands for you coming up. Thanks again for hanging out. Wednesday night cash game. Always fun. Always cool.
On the river?
yeah, you didn't even sweat it at all. You were so calm. You gotta at least act like you're sweating it.
Hey, before we split it up, let's all put in like $10 or something. Do the last one a bomb pot.
Bowling pot?
Just for the hell of it on the last one.
On the last hand.
Yeah. I'm down.
Hang on, I'm sure. Oh, it's right here. Who else has shots? We should have 6 of them.
No, I guess I don't. That's it.
There's only 6 people here.
We ordered 6, right?
Looks like we got a couple seats open. Anybody want to come down, jump in the game? As you can see, it's juicy. They're primed up, keeping it going. Looks like more shots. Sinister said he played bad earlier, then walked into a no-brainer setup hand for sure. For sure, the no-brainer setup hand, definitely. That's a big night, man. It's pretty hard to pick up close to 3K in a 2-2 game. He probably has more like 2K in front of him, but still, that's huge. 1,000 big blinds. Sick.
Hey, you owe me $10. Give me $10. Okay.
Does that give her a tip?
No, it's not. I've already given her
10 more.
4 chill crowns. Yep. And then we'll keep that.
1 and 9. Everybody folded 9, called 1 raised.
My random says 1,000 big blinds isn't too bad. Yeah, pretty good game, right? Plus 800 big blinds. I don't know what he might have bought it for. He might have bought it for 5, but still.
I don't want to give it to you like, man, they've been out of
All right, cheers, guys.
Yeah.
Cheers. Yeah, come on. We're going to buy a round. Cheers to who? Austin Turner. Why are we still cheersing to that guy? That guy's a clown.
Why do y'all insist on waiting? I get the shot in my mouth. And say that.
Coming on the big one. Gentlemen, I'll be right back.
Slow one, you're gonna be coming in as a big one. Have you been on the stream before?
No. Yeah.
Okay, go see him over there.
Right here.
Looks like we're getting a new player in. We still got 1 seat open. Anybody wants to come jump in the action, feel free. This game will probably keep going after the stream ends. I wouldn't imagine wanting to go home if I was playing in this game. Could you? Right? You'd want to play in this game all night.
Take me on your boat, I don't give a damn what you do. Well, wait a minute, I might care.
My randomness says maybe another group bathroom break. I hope not, man. That was the weirdest thing. That was one of the weirdest things I've seen on the stream, for sure. I've been doing the stream a long time. That was one of the weirdest things I've seen. Group restroom break.
Class canine science and bomb detection dogs through Auburn University.
Did you do it before?
No, I just now did. I'm thinking of getting into it just for money now. I got to do something. But check it out. It's just 475 credit hours for canine
Hey, Dustin,
science.
you got to send next week? What's up? Did you get to send next week?
Yeah. Chris Pete.
That's fine. I'll take it too. Yeah, there you go. Appreciate you.
Yeah, there's the whole escapade. I got an escapade all over the United States. That's all throughout the place. But this is unique. Most people can't
Okay,
get
so
that.
you got him. He's in.
Where did he go?
That's a certification for
Canine science and bomb detection.
And you're coming in as a
Auburn
big one.
University's dog.
G Tutor in the Twitch chat asking what the maximum table size for cash game now. Still limited to 6. No, we're 8-handed now throughout the whole room. 8-handed. So that's cool, right? Hopefully soon we'll be back to 9. I can't say when. I'm not sure. It's not really up to us, but hopefully we'll be 9-handed soon. Hopefully we get tournaments back soon. That's what we really need, right?
Okay, 6 full-nets, 7 full, 8 full. Oh wait, that's his. I'm sorry, that's his. Yes. 6 folds, 7 folds, 8 folds, 9 raises to 13, 1 calls. Alright, 3 players. On you, sir. Alright, so 9 bets 20, 1 calls.
Are you going to be here next week?
Yeah, I'm here for about another month.
Peter with the mystery hand here. Looks like Brent got a piece of it. Middle pair here. Get in there with the 9-10 suited. I'm into that hand. I like 9-10 suited. One of my favorites. Oh, Queen Jack. Bets the open ender. Turns a better pair.
StockingFetish.com, is that what you need?
It's going to be hard for Brent to get any value if either the Jack or the 9 comes. It's going to put a one-liner out there to a straight. 4 cards to a straight.
Is that all you do is fish? You just go out and drink, right? No.
I always fish for the every use of it.
No, like I don't know where anything is, so like.
Buddy, we're just going to go out on the boat, cruise around, listen to some music.
I'm down.
I'm having a $15,000 stereo system installed right now.
Oh, yeah. I am down. You shoot me a text. Don't screw me, man. I mean,
What kind of boat you got?
32-foot blue one.
Free shot.
Okay, okay.
Pop, you got it. Brent, BRENT.
You know, since I've been in Sarasota since 1982, obviously I've been all over the place.
4628.
Love the beach and ocean.
Alright, action's gonna start in the 7th.
P.C says Elise is his favorite dealer. Yeah, she's part of the stream team for sure. Her and Adonis, two of the best. Lock it up. Keep them in the box. Two of the best for sure. Lucky to have them.
We're taking turns buying shots. He bought the last round.
Agree to any of this. Hold on.
You just sat down. It's
No, the last
agreed to.
it was if you win a pot over $200. Okay, yeah. That's fair enough. I go that out. You meant like we're just buying rounds.
Justin raising up the deuce 4 suited, trying to get unstuck. Man, Ray S just getting the better piece of it. Flopping middle set here. I'm sorry, bottom set. Set of 8s on the flop. Checks it back. Ooh, that's like the worst card in the deck.
University and how long did you sell your house?
Just in February.
Straight draw and the flush draw get there.
I know where
Now Ray bets it.
down and are you
Board starts getting a little scary. Now he bets it and takes it down.
No, I'm close to University in 301.
Shows it. Bottom set. Good.
Was that a full house or no?
No.
Rotate. Take it.
I said Brent, right?
Yeah.
Did you tell them we have another street open?
Yeah, let me do it. I don't really probably know anybody. I would love to.
Yeah, we'll
Got one there.
have some drinks, have a good time. Been any girls here yet?
She's the driest spell.
Down to go. You gotta ask her.
What? No, I'll probably have to work. Alright, I'm gonna call live.
All right, guys. On to the next one. Button moves. On to the next hand. On to the next shots, probably.
Saturdays or Sundays you have to work?
I always
All right.
work Saturdays.
It's been fun. Thanks for hanging out. We got a few more hands for you here.
I thought we were doing mandatory button strike.
He just sat down. He don't play the
P. Dot in the Twitch chat. This is not. This is 2-2. No limit. Hold 'em deep. But it plays like a 2-5. See, there you go. Look at that. Opening to 20 pre-flop. It plays like a 2-5 for sure.
The answer to my question.
Playing any kind of 7-deuce game.
So where did dollar go? Anybody know yet?
No. I still got check in. I asked you a question.
It's all about perspective. It's all about perspective. 25 and 2 is 27.
It's
King, Jack, Trey. No help to anybody. Ace high. Jerry's ace high still in the lead.
you have a number line, and then you have the numerical system. Where there is
Chris with the C bet here. Queen 8 suited.
so you're changing a number.
Gets one through. Plays position. Position's half the battle in this game, they say.
25 for the room and $2 in the pocket.
Chris takes it down. Plus 28.
I mean, like most normal people take votes out on Saturday and Sunday.
There is no missing dollar. That is the correct answer.
If I get my vote back on Thursday,
You
we'll
have
take it out Friday.
$30, which you have to have $1
Monday.
I'm on
And
Monday,
all you're doing is
Tuesday.
changing the equation.
Monday?
Money equation to
This Monday?
numeric equation. So,
Like
yeah,
the
it's
21st?
29 digits for zero.
Straddle on the buttons.
No,
All right, button straddle his hand.
In July?
Look at Brent picking up 2 kings in the big blind here. Action's going to start with Peter. In the small blind there in the 8 seat. Gets rid of the 3-2 offsuit.
9 holes. We'll talk about it next week.
Action's on Brent. Just calls with the 2 kings. Jerry raising up Jack 10 suited. Chris calling with Ace 4 suited. We might see another big one here.
6 holes, 7 holes.
This is what Brent's been waiting for. Now he's going to spring the trap, try to pick up some dead money. There he goes. Puts out 65, 85, something like that. 85 more.
What, depends what day it is.
Makes it 69 total. Puts out 65 on top.
On Wednesdays, they do the 2-2, and then the other day they do the 2-5, and then,
Last Saturday was the big game. 5, 10, 25.
yeah,
So that was like the
then that
last
was the
minute.
bigger
Like they
one.
weren't planning on doing that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they texted me like the day before and they're like, hey, or both of us, right?
I mean, I'm not saying anything, but that game was a bit. It didn't play as big as a 10, 25. Even I was like, man, shake it up.
I hate to tell you, I'm gonna get up and leave. I gotta get some water. I've been here for almost an hour and I still
She didn't bring the
haven't
water.
got a bottle of water. Nothing yet.
Can we get the man a bottle? You want
Hey,
beer?
Adonis, give him that water right there.
I really need water. is what I
There's
need.
one right there.
Big hand here, whatever you
One
want.
bet's 325.
Yeah, that's almost stretched.
You know the
There
chair.
goes catching arms.
Two folds. Okay, so one bet 325, two fold. Two
Oh,
folds.
what was that? What did you just say to me? What did you just say?
I ain't trying to take yours.
Oh, all right.
I'm just trying to get some of mine back. I ain't trying to take yours. I'm just trying to take some of mine back.
It ain't yours no more.
Alright, straddle on the nine.
I'm gonna be honest with you, it ain't mine no more either. So I take it up there.
So when you say you're being honest with me, that means you've lied to me every other time you talk to me.
100%.
That's a good relationship right there.
You have no answer for me yet. I'll wait till it's on me and then I'll let you tell me.
All right, on to the next one. This time, Brent picking up ace-queen offsuit. Running pretty good. Pocket kings last hand. Picks up ace-queen off this hand. Got a big old pile of red chips in front of him. Couple blacks. Good day.
What's the answer?
Chris picking up pocket trays.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright, three raises, or four raises, so 15. Six folds, seven folds, eight folds.
No, he has a lot. When I saw his number when I was walking by, I was like, oh my god. Him?
Looks like Jerry makes the call here with the jack deuce suited. Trying to get 3-1 on his money.
Since you could do single tables, can't we do a single table sit and go? One best bet.
We got Justin in there too. Ace queen also.
Single table sit goes a long time. I love them.
Wow, two players flopping ace queen.
Deuce of clubs, exposed.
Single table,
back.
winner take all?
One bet's 40.
How much on a single table, turning, winner take all?
Brent leads out for 40 into three other players.
So both people today, 60, 30, or 65, 35.
Chris not ready to let it go just yet. There goes. Two trays in the muck. Action on Justin in the cutoff.
Usually less than an hour.
What's that?
Justin makes the call.
Get more.
10 of diamonds on the turn. Brent going for big value here. That's 300 into 144. Trying to get Justin to put it all in. Looks like Justin's got 241 back.
Nice hat, guy.
I gotta make you bet for the hard draw.
This has fish on it.
Oh, well, then you're definitely beat.
Nuh-uh, it's got fish. The red is fish. Eight.
Wow, Justin makes the fold here for the rest of his stack.
What is that? I got top. I was like, I thought you had the hard draw.
Justin folds top pair, top kicker to the big overbet from Brent.
Got your back, Austin. I just dropped my
I'm not. I'm laughing at everybody.
You think I have it?
City.
All right, a couple more hands for you guys.
It takes away the $3,000 loss. I took.
Make sure you guys get here early on Saturday for that $2,000 high hand. And then make sure you join us next Wednesday for our 2-5 no limit hold'em deep stack cash game.
And it starts on you during a big one. Straddle on the nine. Four folds, six folds, seven folds, eight folds. Nine folds. One raises to 19.
You can have my 4 bucks.
Got this show, man. What do you want me to do? I'm bullet. Got ace jack.
This time Brent picking up ace jack. Just big hand after big hand after big hand for Brent.
Yeah, it's 4-3.
Running good, getting hot here at the end. I guess better late than never, right?
To the stage, peaches.
Hey, wait. folds, 8 folds, 9 folds.
Can you lift your hand up? How much do you have? Can I?
I have 11-ish is according to him. 11-ish. You have 19-ish.
1 folds. Okay. That was actually the last hand. So
Last hand here?
yeah,
We're done?
yeah. So we are going.
We haven't even got our shots yet.
I know we're gonna move this table to a different table now.
Hold on, we're moving to a different table.
Okay. Yeah.
You're not leaving,
Everybody's just gonna take your chips. Take
All right, guys. Looks like that might be the last hand. Yeah, it looks like they're racking up. Looks like they're going to move to a different table and get some more shots. That's going to do it. Let me drop these numbers down for you. Leave you with that. Looks like that's going to be the last hand here on our 2-2 No Limit Hold'em Deep Stack Cash game. Look at Brent. What a rally there at the end. Just a heater. Big hand after big hand after big hand. That's going to be it for us, guys. That's going to do it for me. My name's Dustin Shacklock. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you guys next week for 2-5 No Limit Hold'em Deep Stack Cash. In the meantime, stay safe, stay healthy, and we'll see you guys soon. Thanks for hanging out.